I call the meeting to order of the Wilmington City Council. I'd like to welcome all those who are with us this evening and all those who are watching us at home. Thank you for taking an interest in your government. At this time, I want to call on Mayor Pro Tem Barnett. If you'll please rise. He's going to give us our invocation, and everybody stand afterwards for the Pledge of Allegiance.
Let's pray. Eternal Father, as we gather tonight, we pause to thank you for your mercy. Thank you for your grace. Thank you, as my mama would remind me, that you still have the whole world in your hands. And I know. If it was in my hands are too weak. My hands fumble. My hands make mistakes. My hands drop stuff that I try to hold on to. But thank you, God, that we're still in the hollow of your hand. And so from that spot, help us to make great decisions. From that spot, help us to love each other more. From that spot, help us to reach our hands out to help each other. For we ask it all in his name. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have several presentations this evening. Our first presentation is I'd like to recognize Ms. Evelyn Adger, who's the chair of the Commission on African American History, and Mr. Thereon Montgomery, president of the North Carolina County NAACP proclamation naming February 2025 as Black History Month. If they'll meet me up front, please. Proclamation reads, for Black History Month, whereas Black History Month is a time of honor and celebrate the invaluable contributions of African Americans to the history, culture, and achievements of the United States and the world. And whereas the observance of Black History Month offers an opportunity to reflect on the struggles, triumphs, and resiliency of Black individuals throughout history, and to recognize the ongoing fight for justice, equality, and the full realization of civil rights for all people. And whereas the legacy of African Americans encompasses remarkable figures from the past as well as the present, leaders, artists, educators, activists, and everyday individuals whose courage and perseverance and vision have shaped and continue to shape the world in profound ways. Whereas it is vital to acknowledge the importance of education, awareness, and the preservation of history to continue fostering mutual respect, understanding, and inclusivity among all people, regardless of race, background, or heritage. And whereas Black History Month serves as a reminder of the importance of continuing to break down barriers, challenges injustices, and uplifts the voices and experiences of African Americans in every community throughout this country. Now, therefore, I, Bill Saffo, Mayor of Wilmington, do hereby proclaim the month of February as Black History Month and call upon all citizens to reflect upon the history, culture, and contributions of African Americans, to celebrate the accomplishments and enduring spirit of the Black community, and to continue striving toward equality and justice for all people. And I want to thank this committee for the outstanding work, and the NAACP for the outstanding work that you do in our community day in and day out to reflect all of this that's in this proclamation tonight. So congratulations and thank you. Thank you. Thank you. This time I'd like to recognize Mark Biddison, who's the chairman of the Southeastern North Carolina Veterans Day Parade. It's a presentation of thanks. Come on up, Mark. You want to come on up? Come on up. Yeah. I want everybody to see you.
Oh, no.
Yeah, come on, let's see. Thank you, guys.
I would. Good evening, Mayor Sappho and council members, city staff, and I don't know whether Kayla Perkins is here. She's our contact with the city. I don't see her out there. And the members of the public. My name is Mark Biddison. This is Jim Ware. I have the honor of serving as one of the dedicated volunteers on the SENC Veterans Parade Committee. Some of my fellow committee members are here tonight, and on behalf of all of us, thank you for allowing us this opportunity to come and speak. In 2016, a small group of us came together with a shared goal to recognize and honor the service and sacrifice of local veterans. We believed a parade dedicated solely to them was the perfect way to show our gratitude. And so the SENC Veterans Parade was born. From the beginning, we established some guiding principles that still define our parade today. First and foremost, this event is about celebrating and honoring veterans. Participation is limited to veterans, active duty personnel, reservists, veteran support groups, and marching bands. Secondly, all veterans are welcome, regardless of when or where they served or which branch of the military they were in. We hold close the powerful words of our Vietnam veterans that said, "Never again will one generation of veterans abandon another." Our first parade took place in 2017 on a bitterly cold day, if you remember, Mayor, in downtown Wilmington. But despite the weather, nearly 600 participants showed up, marched down Front Street, including more than 30 World War II veterans, and most of them have gone on. In 2018, the city of Wilmington officially gave us its full support, allowing us to expand the parade and include more veterans each year. Since then, we recognized many different groups of veterans for special honors, like World War II veterans and women veterans and Vietnam veterans, etc. This year, we hope to honor Major James Capers, a U.S. Marine veteran currently under consideration in Congress for the Medal of Honor, the highest military decoration awarded for extraordinary valor. As you can imagine, organizing this parade takes a tremendous amount of work. Our committee is made up of about 30 volunteers who dedicate their time and their talents year-round to ensure the event's success. But how do we define success? By reaching just one veteran who sees and feels the gratitude of this community, or one veteran that's struggling with PTSD who finds a moment of healing. That alone makes all the effort worthwhile. When we first started the parade, we weren't sure how veterans would respond. But after the first year, we heard many stories, some heartwarming, some deeply moving. A Vietnam veteran said, "After this parade, I finally feel at home." Only took him 50 years. An elderly Korean War veteran marched the entire parade in his fatigues, and that year it was cold and rainy. And he said, "I'm not marching for myself, but for those I left behind." We had a Navy veteran who pushed his World War II veteran father the entire parade route in a wheelchair. Amazing. Then we had 3 veterans that came from hospice. Knowing the parade may be one of their final experiences. These are just a few of the many stories that remind us of why we do what we do. Of course, the parade wouldn't be possible without financial support. Sponsors like our Commander-in-Chief sponsor, Jeff Gordon Chevrolet, along with numerous businesses and organizations and individual donors that make this event a reality. But beyond the funding, it's the unwavering support of the city of Wilmington that truly makes this parade possible. Your commitment to veterans in our community is evident, and for that we are deeply grateful. As a token of our appreciation, please accept this small memento on our behalf.
Hey, before you leave the stage, Markin, I just want to say on behalf of this community, of the citizens of this community, this entire city council, of which we have veterans, and Charlie and Salette, we want to thank you. This parade, which started back in 2017, as you said, Mark, started off, and we really didn't know what was going to happen. But that first parade, on a cold day, and the outstanding outpouring of love and support for the veterans, and every parade has only gotten bigger and better, whether it's raining, and I've been into a lot of parades, and sometimes you gauge a parade by what the weather's doing. This parade, whether it's sunshine, whether it's raining, whether it's cold, people come out and pack the streets to say thank you to the veterans of our community, but more importantly to the veterans of this great country. And we want to thank you for everything that you have done to make this such an outstanding parade for Southeastern North Carolina, and for what I've heard from the commandants of the Marine Corps down in Camp Lejeune, or the Navy personnel that have come in here over the years. This is just a beautiful community that supports its veterans, and we want to say thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Next presentation is to recognize Mr. Tom Gale, who is the chair of the City of Wilmington, New Hanover County Workforce Housing Advisory Committee, to give us our committee's annual update. Welcome, Tom.
Good evening. All right. Very good. I'm Tom Gale, the chair of the City and County Joint Workforce Housing Advisory Committee. Since 2019, this committee has been charged with providing you with proposed solutions to help ensure those that work in our community and make less than 120% of the area median income can also afford to live in our county, whether as renters or homeowners. According to the Federal Housing Finance Agency, in the past 7 years, median home prices in our area have gone up over 85%. Simultaneously, mortgage rates, which were roughly 4.5% in 2018, are hovering around 7% now. A $200,000 home in 2018 would have had a mortgage payment of about $1,000 a month. That same home today would be priced at $370,000 with a mortgage payment of $2,400 a month, a 140% increase. Unsurprisingly, renters have also seen significant increases since landlords passed on these additional costs. Rents in Wilmington have increased by over 50% in the last 5 years, far outpacing wage growth, leaving 1 in 2 of our households in the community cost-burdened. In short, the problem that we set out to tackle has only gotten more challenging. And although it's not good news that communities across the nation are facing a similar housing affordability crisis, it does give us the opportunity to see what strategies in other communities are making a meaningful impact in addressing the issue. Success stories in communities similar to ours have helped inform the recommendations in this year's report. The Workforce Housing Advisory Committee's strategic plan has 2 primary goals. The first is balancing housing costs with wages by making affordable housing and by making housing affordable. The second is to increase the diversity of housing available by preserving the affordability and quality of existing housing, providing reuse and redevelopment in existing communities, and building a variety of new housing types at different price points. In the past year, the City of Wilmington has served over 18,000 individuals and committed 287 units for affordable housing, while New Hanover County served 381 households with a gap rental assistance for workforce housing individuals and committed 138 units for affordable housing that will soon be a home to our Wilmington neighbors. Although we've accomplished a lot, the work isn't done. Thanks in large part to the increase in construction and supply of rental units over the last few years, HUD expects a much smaller increase in average rental costs this year versus last year. Unfortunately, construction of new units coming online in the next few years is expected to slow significantly, which will tighten supply and likely increase rents substantially again. The Workforce Housing Advisory Committee has recommendations for you in 2025 divided up into 5 different pathways: funding, policies and legislation, diversity of housing supply, programs, and education. The first pathway is funding. A conversation about a local housing trust has been ongoing for years, and we want to encourage the city and county to prioritize developing a housing fund in conjunction with New Hanover County Community Endowment to leverage local, federal, and private sources with things like land acquisition, gap financing, and pre-development costs. We've also recommended that New Hanover County continue the Workforce Housing Services Program with a commitment of no less than $5 million annually starting in 2027. The current 5-year commitment of $3 million per year for the last 3 years has been a huge and growing success, supporting hundreds of new, affordable for-rent and for-sale units, as well as supporting programs that assist households in housing crisis. The second pathway is policies and legislation. We recommend that the city include the objectives laid out in the North Carolina Housing Coalition's legislative agenda as a part of its legislative work, with particular focus on efforts to restore and increase the state's housing trust fund. In 2025, we recommend source of income protections on rental projects that receive special funding and rezoning requests related to housing affordability to ensure they're followed, and so developers have clear guidelines and reporting. The feedback we received from our developer roundtable last summer also recommended offering more flexible parking requirements and parking reductions in exchange for affordable units within the project, where the residents are less likely to require as many parking spaces due to the availability of public transit and walkability. The next pathway is diversity of housing supply. In 2024, you held a joint city and county elected roundtable discussion with both planning boards to remove housing barriers and housing diversity and affordability. I would request that the Workforce Housing Advisory Committee be invited to your next joint meeting so we can be a resource for you during the conversation. Also informed by our 2024 Developers Roundtable, we recommend city staff explore reductions to the lot size required for smaller multifamily projects, particularly in the downtown area where infill development, such as duplexes, make sense and blend in with the surrounding neighborhood. We also suggest that the city and county actively support the land trust model of home ownership, which will increase the economic diversity in neighborhoods over the longer term. We recommend that the city and county provide funding and land allocations for organizations providing multifamily and supportive housing for those exiting homelessness. The fourth pathway is programs. Over the last few years, ARP and opioid settlement dollars have been used to help various housing stability programs in our community and have been critical in our recent success in closing the gap on housing affordability. But as those federal and state dollars go away, the need is as great as ever. Therefore, we encourage local funding be allocated to be able to continue these programs that are already in place. In addition, we suggest that the county look into potentially expanding or replicating the city's homeownership pool loan program to the rest of the county, opening this successful and impactful program to all of our community's eligible residents and expanding the market of available homes for sale to program participants. We also recommend that the county notify the small group of homeowners that qualify for the tax relief program and assist them with applications so they can more easily afford to stay in their homes. We suggest that the city and county provide a staff member, as many other North Carolina communities do, to provide tenant and landlord education and investigate fair housing complaints. The last pathway is education. The committee and supporting staff continue to work on a webpage to be a resource for affordable housing services and issues. In addition, the committee is working on what will hopefully be an annual affordable housing summit between all area stakeholders, because there are tremendous opportunities to learn, share, and collaborate when we're all in the same room. Launching a public education campaign remains a priority so the community more clearly understands that this is an issue that truly affects everyone and our shared quality of life. Too many in our community think they're protecting property values by preventing projects with a diversity of price points or increased density, when actually the opposite is true. Currently, we have over 100,000 daily trips in and out of our county by individuals commuting for work, increasing traffic on our roads. If those people could live closer to where they work, the traffic problem is significantly reduced. But the bigger issue is ensuring that we don't lose our critical workforce. The median area income has gone up 50% in the last 5 years, but that is not due to 50% wage increases. It's a function of many of our lower and middle income residents being displaced. While it's great that we're attracting high-paying jobs, it's tremendously important that the public understand why it's in their best interest that the nurses, police officers, teachers, retail workers, wait staff, and others have a place to call home here too, because once they relocated out of our community, trying to create solutions to bring them back becomes significantly harder. Let me close by saying thank you to each of you for your leadership and vision. Over the last 10 years, but predominantly in the last 5 years, our county and city have invested over $80 million in various housing affordability initiatives, which made notable strides in helping keep people in their homes and putting more affordable units on the ground in the face of stifling headwinds. A few of those recent success stories are Haven Place, Canopy Point, and Estrella Landing, with other projects like Avenue Flats and Pearson Point currently in production. The Workforce Housing Advisory Committee looks forward to being a resource for you in the years ahead. Thank you, and I'll take any questions.
Are there any questions of Tom? Tom, good work, and thank you to the committee for all your work. We wouldn't even be at this place, the city and the county working together on these significant projects, if it hadn't been for this committee coming together and making the case to the local governments of what we needed to do. So I would just say continue with the work at hand. Obviously, there's a lot of work to be done in the future, and we're looking forward to working with you. We've committed as a community since the 90s to put money into affordable housing, and we see the need more than any time in the history of this community, so thank you. Yes, sir.
Yeah. You mentioned that you were not invited to the meeting that we had with the county.
I believe there was one last year that we did not attend, so I believe there's one slated for this spring. I don't know if the date has been set, but we just want to make sure that we're able to at least be in the peanut gallery to answer any questions and be a resource.
I don't understand why they were not invited. Okay, we'll make sure of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Appreciate it.
All right, thank you guys.
Thank you. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Roger Hsu, but I'm going to, at the request of Councilmember Waddell. So, Councilmember Waddell, did you want to say anything? I know that you had asked that Dr. Hsu could speak to us.
A meeting with some of the River Lights folks a couple weeks ago, and Dr. Hsu was there and gave a wonderful presentation, and they had asked if he could, maybe we could extend an invitation to him to give a truncated version of that presentation, Dr. Hsu, but we look forward to seeing that. I thought it was just important to note. Thank you.
Very good. Dr. Hsu?
I promised a truncated version. So, thank you. I'm Roger Hsu. I'm a geologist at UNC Wilmington. I teach geology and environmental science, and live at 4910 Park Avenue, back one street over from Councilman Rivenbark. And just want to thank you, Councilman Waddell, for allowing us to come, and for Mayor, Pro Tem, Council for allowing me to talk to you tonight. A few months ago, we were hearing about a 60-acre area along Independence Boulevard that was being proposed for rezoning. By the way, do we have the slides? And so, rezoning and development possibly along Independence Boulevard. Multiple community members and elected officials have said the area might be best for a green space. And so I was asked by the community to look at the area and make some comments relative to that. And I was looking at the property, I thought about maybe another, perhaps, maybe a more aspirational look at the area. Something that the city and county would be proud of for now and in the future. Something that would be fantastic for our education, for the community engagement. And perhaps we could value education, nature, community now and in the future. And I might add that in the Business Journal today, County Manager Coudray made a comment. Said, the county has heard you. Public education is atop our list to invest in our children's future, and that preserving and creating more green space is a top priority. And that as more people come to New Hanover County, we would have an obligation to make sure New Hanover County remains a special and unique place. I firmly believe that, and I think all of you guys do. I was giving a presentation on the bow of the battleship this afternoon, and talk about a Chamber of Commerce moment. Not a better view that you could have looking back on the city of Wilmington. But within New Hanover County and the city of Wilmington, there are these other little golden gems and pearls that we can use to actually come out and do something fantastic for our community as well. So I want to describe and show you an idea that I think fits that forward look, that protects nature, nurtures our education, and involves and hopefully inspires the community. It wasn't our presentation before, so I'll try to minimize that. I do want to emphasize, though, that I'm not going to talk about all the litigation, the ownership of the property, the rezoning, and all that. I want to try to give you a vision of what we could do in this particular piece of property. And the piece of property is shown here. And what you can do, can I just control by pushing up and down? Okay. So what I want to show you today is Independence Boulevard, the past, the present, and maybe the future of what we can look at with this. So next slide. So this is November of last year. This is what the area looks like. And so you can see Independence Boulevard there, Carolina Beach. The star is the area of the 60 acres that I'm going to be primarily talking about here. And all of these arrows that you see on this one is going to be the same arrows that occur on the next page, which is 30 years prior to this. So next slide. So there you can see a little bit of difference. The star is there, and that was the agricultural lands at the time of the Bryan Farm. You can also see Echo Farms there, which is up till 1970, was a dairy farm. By the way, New Hanover County was truly an agricultural area. We had flowers, we had vegetables that were sent around the country, and we also had many different dairy farms. In fact, there was one over near UNCW in the day. So this is an area that's proposed for possible development. So let's consider what the opportunity we have. Next slide. So this is what was looked at, and this has been pulled. It's not before you now, but the area was looked at for rezoning for high-density, multiple-dwelling residential development. Looked at the traffic, and that would add on the order of 4,000 a day to the traffic scene. But let's think for a minute about a different vision for this area. Next slide. So there's the area that we're looking at. It's at the headwaters of Barnard's Creek, and different ones have made mention about this. Commissioner Scalise said it seems like a golden opportunity for preservation, extending our green space. The area is outlined in yellow, as you see there. And Resident Flossie Bryan is the one who said early on, maybe we could make this area into something that was a garden and a farm area. So next slide. Now, the city of Wilmington has a community survey, which was kind of important, done in 2023, reported out. And what it showed was that there is a lot of interest and concern about growth and development and traffic congestion, and at the same time a desire to have green space and natural areas in this particular area. And the New Hanover County Strategic Plan has said something very similar, that natural areas and environmental concerns should be protected, and that the community well-being and environmental stewardship is critical. The county is doing a canopy tree study. The city has a tree study that's been done. It shows that people want the trees, and in fact, you guys are putting forth a contract, I think, for 464 trees for $382,000. And so maintaining green space and doing things is really important to us. So trees, nature are really good for our health and safety. It enhances the quality of place that we have in this area. Next slide. So this is a picture of the farm area in 2006. You can see that the farm has kind of been abandoned at this time. The trees are starting to take over in the area, and this 2019 view to the right shows that it's a fully treed area. These are loblollies. It's very dense. It's not a healthy forest at the time. And that's what happens whenever you have those come in to this area. And I'll describe what that should be in a minute. Next slide. So the property could be used for green space or multiple things like biking trails and walking. But let's take this other vision, if you will. Let's incorporate some of the original vision for the land, but with some numerous educational and engagement opportunities for schools and the community. And I want to make this a site that could possibly be something that the city, the county would be so proud of for highlighting not just here, but across the state. What that envisions is engagement opportunities for schools and the community, and that would include things as shown here: agriculture, farming, agrivoltaics, silviculture, that's forestry, oldfield succession, biodiversity enhancement, water monitoring, nature trails, passive recreation. And boy, could we involve so many people. The New Hanover County schools, this would be a destination place, it would be a field trip and learning for them. New Hanover County Soil and Water, which I'm a board member of, Parks and Recreation, the farmers. In fact, one of the things that New Hanover County does not have is a voluntary agricultural district. It's one of only 9 counties, I think, that doesn't have that. This is an opportunity for us to actually maybe move that forward as well. And of course, students and community can take ownership roles in this. So let's see the vision. Next slide. Underlying everything, I'm a geologist, got to show what's underneath our feet. So the soils are what's going to underlie this whole thing. At the headwaters of Barnard's Creek, these are wetlands. These are hydric soils, things that we need to know about because these are important for storage of water as well as stormwater mitigation too. So these things that show the Johnston soils and the Merville soils, these are wetland soils. And the ones up on the top up there, the WRs and NOs, those are the more sandy soils that are fantastic for agricultural purposes. Next slide. So what about if we put part of this into agricultural lands? This is the Redbeard Farm up in Pender County. So you can see cabbage there and turnip greens and mustard and all those other kinds of things. We could have blueberries on the site, which is, so fantastic for our area. So doing landscape plants and more, things that we could actually use and grow that could be used in landscaping the county and the city as well. So next slide. The other thing that we could look at in combining this agricultural part is with agrivoltaics. This is a big deal across the country now. With solar panels, you can actually do 2 crops, if you will. You can do the farming along with the solar panels. And so what you do is you raise them up, and you could do grazing, or you could have farm crops right there underneath the solar panels. So why do this? Well, number 1, it's STEM education. Number 2, you can actually have job training in things like this with Cape Fear Solar and others. And you could have societal benefits with this as well. Whenever you do this, you're reducing groundwater use, you're improving or increasing crops, and you have job opportunities associated with these. And of course, reducing carbon footprints is important as well. And by the way, just for information, just 20 panels would power that home. And in this case, we could power everything that we would put out there just with the solar panels and the battery capability. So all you'd need is 350 square feet to power that kind of average home in North Carolina, as a matter of fact. Next slide. So another thing that we could do in this area is to do what is the tree that built the South, the longleaf pine. And the longleaf pine historically was 90 million acres. It's down to 3 million in 2000. It's now back up to 5.8 million because we're taking the effort to restore and manage. And being able to restore and manage this particular tree is part of our history, just like the Gullah Geechee in the Black History Month you're talking about today. I'm so proud to be here with the Black History Month and also the veterans because that's really important to us. And one of the things that we want to celebrate is the history of our area. And longleaf pine is a history piece for our area. That is the area that gave us naval stores, the wood that built the South, as we say. And here you can see some of my students out at Ev Henwood Preserve in Brunswick County planting trees. I tell you, my students are never so happy as to be outside and doing something like this. It really means something to them. And I'll show you on the next slide. See this little boy right here? Sometimes we had the kids come out and help us plant as well. Well, this boy put in several trees that day, and he came back 9 years later to stand next to the tree that he planted And you can see him standing there very proud of what he had done. And I can tell you, if we could do this every year with 200, 300, 400 trees and let them grow over time, what these kids would actually have is ownership and pride in what they had done for this area. Something to be holding to for all of us to see what nature. And by the way, I told the guys the other night, one of the things that's really important is Aldo Leopold, who wrote the Sand County Almanac, said that if you're not connected to nature, you're going to believe that your food comes from the grocery store, that your heat comes from the furnace, and I add into that that your water comes from the faucet. None of those things are true. We need to know and be hooked with nature so that we understand what our values are going forward. Next slide. So this is just to show you how those grow over time. And just imagine, us going over there, thinking about forestry management, another STEM culture, another thing that we could have for job training, and the use of controlled burns that we've seen in Halliburton, on UNCW campus, and all the other places. This is important stuff for maintaining our ecosystems in this area. Next slide. One of the other things with this, I told you loblolly pines have taken over the area. Well, what happens over time if I've got an agricultural field, if I let it go fallow, and so what will happen is then I'll have grasses come in, then I'll have shrubs, small trees, and the trees get bigger. Ultimately, there will be a climax forest in this area of oak and hickory unless we have fire, and then it'll be longleaf pine. So the opportunity is here that we could actually do this for the educational purposes. This is in every biology textbook, every ecology textbook. This is a principle that we all look at. And in looking at this, we could talk about plant communities, the wildlife, the biodiversity, carbon storage, and all the other. So sequestration is pretty big for us these days as we're moving forward. And so doing this, we'd be able to show students every year what's going on and how things grow and change over time. Next slide. We can also look at the water. This is a picture of the headwaters of Barnard's Creek that's right on that property. That's the lower left picture as you see it. And every year, the city and the county have people go in and monitor the water and give you a report. So this is one of the streams. This is one of the tidal creeks that's a tributary to the Cape Fear that we could sample and show the kids, the education part, how you do this and why you do this and why it's so important for not just the Cape Fear River, but all of our oysters and other things in this area that's so important to our livelihood. Next slide. We could also, of course, have those upland nature trails that you could look at to celebrate the natural communities in the area, provide passive recreational opportunities and wellness opportunities. And by the way, I show that little picture on the lower right. There's actually deer out there on the property. On the Cameron property, by the way, there's 2 pieces of Cameron management land surrounding this area. That's currently in silviculture tax base. So looking at that area. Next slide. And then this is the bottomland area, the wetland areas that are so important to us. And so we could put in the trails here that would celebrate the importance of stormwater management, wetland delineation, again, jobs, delineation, STEM learning. That is so important to all of us. Next slide. And I don't want to leave you without saying this. All studies show that nature is not only nice to have, it's essential to have. And to me, if you're looking at this kind of area in New Hanover County, which is the 2nd smallest county in the state and the 6th most densely populated, we need to have green space for our people. The people who are coming here, they want green space, they want nature. They don't just want a business. That's important, but that's not the only thing. One of the reasons they come here, river, ocean, and our natural areas as well. And this is called natural capital as we do it. This natural capital has benefits that are immeasurable. You can put a dollar price on them. I can go over there and I can give you a price of an area. But when it comes to the health of the people, you can't put a price on that. And I think this is so essential for us as well. Next slide. So the vision that I'm trying to show you is that something I call kind of the string of pearls from the southern end of the county to the northern end of the county. We've got a lot of parks, and thank you all for going to the places and actually putting some new parks in, both in the city and the county. But we need some of those bigger areas. We need some of those areas that are preserved for nature, that's going to have the whole ecosystem associated with it. And so some of these areas like Carolina Beach State Park, of course, Masonboro Island, Halliburton Park, UNCW. And some areas we need up in the northern part of the county, talking to the commissioners about, in Sidbury Road area, Sledge Forest up on the northeast Cape Fear River, and where I was at today talking about Eagles Island, the West Bank over there. And that great big star that I've got there is our tract that we're talking about tonight. That's 60 acres that would provide the opportunity for fantastic green space, but also the educational opportunities, the STEM learning opportunities, job opportunities, and for us, for you, for the county commissioners, a real legacy for this area. And I think it would be a legacy that everybody would be proud of and would be able to, walk away and say, we did a good job here. And that we've got something that we can give to the generations coming behind us. And so I'm going to pitch that, next slide, as our goal for something like this. I believe it can be done. I think there's ways to do this. And I certainly offer anything that I'd be able to do, whether it's a little bit of information or monies to go with this, because this is critical for us. Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you tonight. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Well, Dr. Shu, the vision that you have shared with us is a beautiful vision and something that I would love to see happen. Obviously, the property is, I think, currently with the county, and the county will ultimately have to make a decision. But from my perspective, where I sit, I would love to see this happen. I know that we looked at it for a park with the soccer fields at one time, but because of the litigation that it was involved in, as well as maybe some of the wetland sensitivity to the wetland issues that are out there, the city backed away and went another direction, and I think it worked out best for the city. But I think in this particular location, what you have laid out here, your vision, is a unique and great vision. I think it's something that if the council and commissioners could get together and work on, it could be a great project for all of us. So, and as I've always said, we have these beautiful beaches, we have this beautiful river. We do have, I think, we don't have enough park space for the amount of people that have moved into this community, but this is a great vision. Question, I know up on Castle Hayne, across from General Electric, there's some fields across the street there that NC State University does, I guess, work on. How does that tie in with the educational process at NC State in Raleigh?
Actually, what they have out there, those are research fields where they put different crops in and do different, amendments to the soils and different genetic crops that are up there. So in fact, my sister-in-law, who is now retired, worked at NC State and worked some of those fields to see, what the best harvest would be in different kinds of crops that were there. And so, that's a totally separate thing, but gotcha. NC State, in both providing, the ag support, also like the Arboretum here, and others, Soil and Water too. All of these entities I've talked to, and all of them are ready to assist in information that would go along with this. And so I think the idea here is something worth pursuing and discussing and seeing what we might be able to do for planning purposes. And as I say, I'd be happy to work with anyone that's willing to talk about this.
Well, I know you have a passion for this community and for this area, and I appreciate it. I've been to a lot of different things that you're there and working hard to preserve this type of green space and open space for our community. So I just want to say thank you for the presentation this evening. Thank you very much. Anybody else? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. And our last presentation this evening, I'd like to recognize Ms. Pam Hardy, who is the District Manager for Government and Community Relations with Duke Energy, who has, I believe, a grant presentation.
Good evening, Mayor Sappho. Good evening. Mayor Pro Tem Barnett, Wilmington City Council, and community. Duke Energy continues to care for and support the communities where we live, work, and play. Tonight, it is my honor to present the City of Wilmington a check in the amount of $25,000 to purchase and install flood gauges in floodplain areas. Installing flood gauges will allow the community and first responders to make decisions on safety, mitigation, and evaluation during major weather events.
We always like to receive checks, so thank you. Hold on. Pam, before you go, I just want to say thank you to Duke for doing this. After Hurricane Florence, one of the things that we learned was how important it was to have these gauges and the effects that we are seeing with sea level rise in our creeks, on the Cape Fear River, and what we're even seeing in the ocean. So it's important that we have these gauges to determine how we built our resiliency, how we work with our emergency management folks and the people in those areas that are impacted by this. So this is critically important, and was something that we've been talking about with the American Flood Coalition, with our elected delegation in Raleigh as well as in Washington in respect to this, and this just helps us get there a little bit faster. So we say thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you, everybody. Thank you.
Can I say something to Ms. Hardy real quick?
Absolutely.
Ms. Hardy,
Sorry.
I always thank you every time I see you, but I want to thank you out in the public for everybody to see for the hard work you do, and also the Duke Energy. But you have hit this town and this community, you hit the ground running, and we really appreciate the work that you've done. And I see you all the time with those big checks, and I've never heard of any of them bouncing. So thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, and we really appreciate having you in this community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ben. Thank you. The next item of business is our consent agenda, items 1 through 7. Are there any items that any council member would like to hear separately? If not, what are the wishes of the council? We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Spears, second by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. That brings us to our next item of business, which is our public information segment. We have 5 speakers that have signed up to speak with us this evening. Each speaker will be allotted 5 minutes. The city clerk will be keeping time, and you'll hear a little buzzer go off, and when you hear that buzzer go off, your time's up. So the first speaker this evening is Mr. Jordan Pettit, who is talking to us about cancer in the fire service. Jordan, welcome.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, and citizens of Wilmington. My name is Jordan Pettit, and today is February 4th, and it is also World Cancer Day, a day dedicated to raising awareness and strengthening the fight against one of the most devastating diseases of our time. It is a day to recognize those who have battled cancer, those who continue to fight, and those who have lost. It is also a reminder that for firefighters, cancer is not just a possibility, but is a leading cause of death in our profession. It is a consequence we face by simply doing our job to protect and serve the community. I stand before you as the president of Wilmington Professional Firefighters Association, where we represent and advocate for the majority of the members, the firefighters of the city of Wilmington. Firefighting has always been known as a dangerous profession, but beyond the flames and the smoke, there's a growing silent threat, and that's cancer. Cancer is now the leading cause of death in the United States for firefighters. Unlike the immediate dangers of fire, these risks develop over time, often long after the call is over. The modern fire ground is filled with toxic chemicals released from burning plastics, synthetic materials, and household items. These hazardous materials enter our bodies through absorption, inhalation, and contamination of our gear, increasing the likelihood of long-term health complications. Some statistics and data that goes with it is 66% of all firefighter line of duty deaths from 2002 to 2019 were due to cancer. With that, firefighters have 9% higher risk of being diagnosed with cancer and 14% higher risk of dying from cancer compared to the general public. More than 250 firefighters have died from occupational cancer in 2023 alone, a number that continues to rise each year. One of the most alarming discoveries in the last few years has been the PFAS that is found in our gear. These chemicals are used because they provide the water and oil resistance that we need to do our job. The exposure to the PFAS that's in our gear and many other places are linked to kidney cancer, testicular cancer, prostate cancer, and other immune system disorders, to name a few. A study from 2023 detected high levels of PFAS in blood of firefighters, raising concerns over the gear that is used to protect us, contributing to long health risk. Unlike the fire scene contaminants, PFAS exposure is constant. Anytime we put our gear on, we train in it every day. Anytime we go on calls, we're exposing ourselves to PFAS. Many of our members are actively involved in a study that Duke University is conducting regarding PFAS levels in our blood. While most members are still waiting for the results, the ones that have received the numbers are reporting extremely high levels of these toxic chemicals. This confirms that what we have feared, that our gear meant to protect us is exposing us to cancer-causing substances every day. We are not here to ask for recognition. We are here to ask for action. Firefighters need stronger cancer protections and funding for advanced protective equipment. Local 129 in Wilmington is currently hosting annual cancer screenings that our firefighters are able to do, but they come out of pocket at a cost of $350 a piece. We're currently advocating for our members to receive PFAS-free gear, which thankfully our fire department and Chief Mason have been pushing for, and we're currently implementing that. And we also continue to support the professional firefighters and paramedics of North Carolina who pushed for the North Carolina Firefighter Cancer Benefit Program, which was shown in the budget workshop this past Friday on the 31st. Wilmington firefighters dedicate their lives to this city. We are willing to step into danger, but we should not have to accept the fact that cancer is part of the job. We're not asking for anything else but support. This is one reason why firefighters are different from other professions. We have the risk of cancer every day that we go to the job. Thank you for your time, your attention, and your support.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you. Next speaker is Ms. Trish Rue, who will be talking to us about clarification on request for traffic improvements on Independence Boulevard.
Mayor and City Council members, thank you for your time this evening. I am here in follow-up to my road group team members' presentation of January 7, where he addressed traffic concerns and much-needed infrastructure prior to any further development. First, my team and I would like to say thank you for the update provided regarding the status of the roundabout at Independence Boulevard and River Road. In Michael's presentation, he noted traffic studies from 2022. Are these the most up-to-date studies? If not, when are current traffic studies planned? The 2022 traffic studies recommended, in addition to the traffic circle at Independence Boulevard and River Road, a traffic device at Riverfront Place, Echo Farms Boulevard, and ND West Access 2. Are these traffic devices still planned? Are the locations still viable in 2025? What is the status of converting Independence Boulevard into a 4-lane road from River Road to Carolina Beach Road? Traffic is about safety. Regardless, first slide, please. Regardless of where traffic comes from, as a base, the 1 mile of road between Independence Boulevard from Carolina Beach Road to River Road, which is predominantly a 2-lane road, has direct access from the following: Harris Teeter Complex, 257 apartment complex to be built with right-out access to Independence Boulevard and a roundabout at the second entrance into Harris Teeter. Hawthorne at Indy West, Antigua, the Villas at Echo Farms, Westwood at Echo Farms, Riverwood, New Hanover House, Woodlands at Echo Farms, Passage Point, Riverwood, Independence South, River's Edge, and Waterford, a 250 rental unit development under construction at River Road and Independence Boulevard. The following developments must also be taken into consideration: 570 rental units across from the Point at Barclay, 225 rental units to be built at Carolina Beach Road across from Harris Teeter. Final phase of River Lights, approximately 1,200 doors will come on board. Most recently, a project was withdrawn at the November 13, 2024 Planning Commission meeting that would have added 538 rental units at Independence Boulevard and Echo Farms Boulevard. And Eastern Carolina's Commercial has a listing for property on Independence Boulevard between Woodlands at Echo Farms and Passage Point. These numbers do not take into consideration all additional traffic from surrounding areas near and far. In addition to traffic, the following must be considered. Public school capacity is not in place. We ask that the city work closely with the county to have the new elementary school built, as the developer of River Lights has dedicated the land. Note that Mary C. Williams was built in 1976. As a coastal community vulnerable to severe weather, including major hurricanes, we are particularly worried about timely access to evacuation routes. For more than 25 years, slide 2, please, City Council has prioritized flood and stormwater resilience through enhancements that protect the city's drainage systems. We ask that you prioritize protection of natural areas in southern Wilmington, which are the best pervious surfaces, will best reduce floodwater impacts and reduce stormwater mitigation requirements. Stop loss of biodiversity due to overdevelopment. Leave green space for the future. Create a forever use of property by preserving our beautiful community for the future generations. Special consideration to be given to 3990 Independence Boulevard, which starts at Echo Farms Boulevard. Approximately 60 acres of open space jointly owned by the county and the heirs of Flossie Byron. Stop oversaturation of rental units. It is imperative that the City Planning Commission and City Council formulate a more definitive development strategy regarding the planning and installation of infrastructure that can support traffic generated from current and future development. We once again request that you place a pause and/or moratorium on future development along the Independence Boulevard, River Road, and Carolina Beach Road traffic corridor until you have developed a plan that implements the following: all currently planned infrastructure to be in place prior to consideration of any new projects, review and understanding of ongoing developments and their ramifications before adding another site to an already encumbered street developed corridor, and going forward, your mandate be that developers must build out any new infrastructure before they start their project. We must stress the importance of safety of your citizens and completion of all necessary infrastructure before we experience traffic fatalities caused by congested and unsafe roads and intersections. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Next speaker is Ms. Cassie Payton, who'll be talking to us about the Daring Collective.
Good evening, Council. My name is Cassie Payton. On May 27th, I was raped and sexually assaulted by 2 men. I knew one of my attackers. The other was a stranger who I met less than an hour before he raped me. I was threatened with a gun when I screamed that I was calling the police, and I reported my assault to WPD immediately in the hospital. I suffered a 1-centimeter traumatic vaginal laceration in stage 2, hypertension. Large smears of blood were detected on my leg and face beneath a black light. I reported a copious amount of blood on the couch where my rape occurred and on my rapist's hands and shirt. I emphasized that the blood was so substantial it was visible from across the room. Now I want to ask counsel and everyone in this room, if you were on a jury, would that evidence be helpful for you to see? To see the amount of blood I reported and the amount of blood on the couch and on my rapist's hands. To watch their demeanor on body cam footage had police confronted them. If so, please confidently raise your hand. That evidence was never collected. WPD failed to examine the crime scene for at least 17 days, and they didn't contact either of my attackers for at least 12 days. ADA Connie Jordan stated that the injuries I suffered could result from consensual sex, therefore there is no evidence to suggest that this wasn't consensual. My case was declined for lack of evidence, and neither of my attackers were charged. When I carried the burden of immediate reporting, WPD gave my attackers the luxury of time. Had police acted swiftly, luminol, a forensic chemical, could have revealed blood on the couch and on my rapist's hands for up to 72 hours, even after it was cleaned. Epithelial cells could have been collected from my rapist's fingernails, upholding my statement of persistence and aggression. Toxicology tests could have confirmed that my attackers weren't sober, shattering any claim of consent. But that evidence was lost because those responsible for collecting it failed me. Now I stand before you and wonder, will you fail me too? During a meeting with Sergeant Paul Rospit and Officer Maurice Thorpe, I was told that the copious amount of blood in my case was not considered evidence because according to them, the bleeding I reported can occur during consensual sex. When I asked if their partners had ever experienced injuries for hours or bleeding after sex, Officer Thorpe callously replied, "We wouldn't know because they never had exams." This chilling dismissal highlights a complete disregard for my medical records and the undeniable reality of sexual injuries. Any woman would recognize if she suffered vaginal lacerations and prolonged bleeding. I asked Sergeant Rospit whether a search warrant had been pursued for a Ring camera. He admitted he was present during the search, but claimed he was not aware if a camera was there. He added that he was more interested in the rape part of it, dismissing physical altercations, verbal threats, and my attackers fleeing the scene as irrelevant to the case. ADA Connie Jordan informed me that during a prosecutor's meeting with Lance Orline, Temple Barrett, and Detective Lucas Borton, a prosecutor suggested my case would be stronger if I had been in a bedroom instead of a public space at the house when my rapist entered, as if rape needs the right backdrop to be believed. I still don't know when WPD finally examined the couch, nor have I received any update on whether they will pursue a search warrant for Facebook records, despite the fact that my attackers met for the first time that day through a roommate listing on Marketplace and didn't even have each other's phone numbers before my rape. They were strangers to each other. I deserve answers. I spend every day looking over my shoulder. I walk parking lots, grocery stores, and the beach, fearful of violence. I walk into many rooms, hopeful that the love and light I carry will somehow rewrite tragedy into something purposeful. Sometimes these rooms are for advocacy. Sometimes they're the police department. Other times they're my therapist's office, where I'm still undergoing trauma therapy. Tonight, the room is City Hall. I'm not here to ask for change. I'm here to ask for action. For months, I have contacted Chief Donnie Williams and Sergeant Paul Rospit requesting to discuss my case. Not just my petition, but my case. I am met with silence. I should not have to stand before governing bodies pleading for basic human decency from law enforcement. I should not have to send email after email begging for transparency about the mishandling of my case. Their refusal to acknowledge me, a rape victim, who they have repeatedly failed, is deplorable, and I am here to say, I refuse to be ignored any longer. I am requesting that a meeting be coordinated between myself and WPD with Mayor Bill Saffo and council members present to ensure that I am both heard and answered. And if WPD refuses to meet with me, I ask this council to acknowledge their silence as an admission of failure and to demand better for survivors in this community. I started a petition calling for policy change. In just 10 weeks, I've gathered nearly 9,000 signatures. I coordinated a peaceful protest in our community. I've connected with survivors across the country and around the world. I've consulted with attorneys, interviewed with journalists, and I've been invited to share my story on an LA-based podcast. I'm bringing global attention to these failures, and tonight I make a public promise to our community to stand up for survivors. I founded the Daring Collective, an advocacy project offering support groups, one-on-one mentorship, and a personalized digital diary with prompts to restore passion, celebrate resilience, and develop tools to navigate life with renewed confidence beyond assault. I am requesting resources to secure space in a government building, such as the Skyline or Harrelson Center, for support meetings where survivors can heal and build trust with local leaders who pledge to protect us. Any assistance in making this happen would be greatly appreciated. I stand before you, proud of my resilience and the fight I have fought, but I cannot do this alone. I'm asking you to stand with me. The safety of our community and the pursuit of justice requires your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Can we get the first one out of the hole? All right? Next speaker is Mr. Reverend Kojo Nantumbo. Kojo, welcome.
First, I want to say good evening to everyone. Next, I want to apologize because I didn't make it last week, but I've been sick for the last 2 weeks. I did want to be here, and I came to thank the mayor, and all the members of the city council for being brave enough, righteous enough, and steadfast enough to stand up and admit that a mistake was made in, I would say, hounding our chief, Darrell Williams. And I want to thank you for having that strength, having that courage, and doing the right thing. Because these days, in this country and in this world, with all the evil that exists, that is very seldom seen. So to all of you that gave our dear brother your apology and did all you could to let the truth be known, God bless you, and I thank you.
Thank you.
But I also have a warning for all of you and everybody here, especially white supremacists. The Lord told me to tell you that next year, this time, the United States, as well as the rest of the world, will be in the throes of the end of this period, the end of time. So a lot of you won't be here. What she said was bad news. What I'm telling you is the worst. All I can say is God bless you, and I ask all of you to be in prayer for this earth, for this country, and for yourself. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. And the last speaker this evening is Mr. Billy Craig, who will be speaking to us about the Wilmington Police Department. Is Mr. Craig here?
Good evening, I'm back. Let me start this off by saying this. I love Chief Donnie Williams, I do. I don't want y'all to misunderstand anything. He's a good man. I've known him a long time. Since my last time up here at council, I've had a lot of conversations with members of the police department who called me personally just to express their disdain about things that are occurring. As I said before, I asked y'all politely the last time about doing something. And I know he's talking about retiring. I'm telling you now, you need to do something. I could sit here and air some dirty laundry that'll make everybody up here look really bad. I don't want to do that. There are documents out there that you can get your hands on. I know that somebody was briefed on the investigation as it was occurring against Chief Williams. I don't know who that is, but half all it is, I'll probably find out soon enough. I'm just sitting back and getting calls. I'm getting text messages. I'm not up prying. Ladies and gentlemen, I mean, this is ridiculous. The morale in that department has gone to crap. You're losing people left and right. And yes, they might just be leaving for $1. They're also leaving for better standards. They're leaving for better benefits. They're leaving for better communication, transparency, which communication transparency is the cornerstone of the basic law enforcement training. The city of Wilmington, the police department, has a code of ethics. Protect. Or maybe that's a mission statement, excuse me, but it's protect. P-R-O-T-E-C-T. Out of that protect, there's probably only 2 being followed. Do you want me to air dirty laundry tonight? Or do you want to think about it a little bit? I'm not going to spend my whole 5 minutes. I'm highly perturbed. Again, I'm a tax-paying citizen of the city of Wilmington, and as things are moving on with EEO complaints and everything like that, I have all ideas the taxpayers of Wilmington are going to be paying out within the year. Chief came out here and talked about stats the last council meeting, and I understand that there was a discussion about the stats. And I can tell you right now, stats are being skewed. You take a report, the report's done, it's marked inactive. Let's talk about a B&E, just something simple, a break-in, or some misdemeanor, something like that. Or, you know, like I said, a B&E, something simple. They get a fingerprint, it's marked inactive. When CSI runs that fingerprint and they get a suspect, they go up and say, here you go. Nobody wants to work it because that's going to mess with the crime stats. Reports are getting changed to go from felonies down to misdemeanors, so that goes against your UCR reporting, which is a Department of Justice requirement. Historically, that's occurred with other chiefs across this nation, in this state. I can name a few right off the top of my head. And DOJ went in there, looked at them, and said, you know, you're skewing the numbers, you're about to get in a lot of trouble. I'm just saying, y'all need to figure something out. You need to hurry up and do it, because it sounds like you'll be having another mass exodus here soon. Y'all have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Next item of business is our public hearings. Item PH1 is an ordinance directing the housing inspector to vacate, close, and repair or demolish the dwelling at 333 Mercer Avenue as unfit for human habitation pursuant to Article 5, Chapter 16 of the City Code, and directing that a notice be placed thereon prohibiting its use or occupancy. At this time, I'd like to recognize City Manager Mr. Calder. Mr. Calder.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. Brian Renner, our Chief Code Enforcement Officer, will overview this item for us.
One second, please. File issue. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. The first property we're going to discuss this evening is 333 Mercer Avenue. This is a single-family dwelling. It's about 800 square feet. It's vacant. There is a detached garage here, built circa 1900. The owners are all heirs of Vivian Jackson Moore. This is a view from the front. The initial inspection of this property took place in June of 2023. It was a complaint from the Wilmington Police Department. It was vacant. We had some issues with non-residents accessing the building. The City Code Enforcement Office has boarded this building, and we've boarded it a few times since that day. It went to Housing Code hearing in December of 2024. That order, I'm sorry, let me rephrase it. It was December of 2023 that it went to Housing Code hearing. We did have a family member attend Mr. Harrison. He's the nephew of Vivian Jackson Moore. The order to repair was issued in January of 2024. It expired in January 2025. Mr. Harrison requested a year to sort out the family ownership issues, and shortly after working on it for a while, he reached out to me and said that it was too complicated and he couldn't get the family together on it. So that order expired in January of this year. So the tax value of that building at that time was $86,900, and that is the same with 2024. The estimated cost of repair is $46,757, which is 54%. That's based on the percentage of the cost of repair versus the tax value, which is dilapidated, and this is a vacate, close, and repair, demolish ordinance. These are sections of the minimum housing code that are in the findings of fact, which is included in this packet. And here's some photos of the outside. We see some rotten fascia. Windows and doors are broken and boarded. This is the detached garage. The roof's flying off. The front wall's actually detaching and about to collapse. That's the inside of the garage. This is kind of around the outside of the house. There is some damage inside the house from water that's on this section. This is entering through the back door. Just unsanitary conditions, definitely been occupied by non-residents for a period of time. As I said, this initially came from WPD, and we've had to vacate this house a few times from trespassing. There's feces throughout the house. That's actually urine that was set up on a booby trap on that door. This is some of that interior damage that's coming in from that side of the house that was damaged on the roof. So what we're looking at on this is the approval of the ordinance tonight. It allows us the authority to keep the dwelling vacant, so if somebody breaks into it again, we can secure it again right away. And then we're looking at 30 days for the owners to repair or demolish the dwelling. Earlier today, we were contacted by one of the family members, Anthony Greer. He actually has some claim on this. I believe it was his mother, transferred her ownership on a quitclaim deed to 3 family members back in January 2024, one of them being Thomas Harrison, who I said attended the hearing, the other one being Anthony. He said that in the next 30 days, he's looking to get estimates to demolish the garage and clean out the house. He's indicated that they want to keep the property in the family, but they would consider selling it as well, so they're still trying to figure it out. I told him that our recommendation was 30 days on this before we would begin starting the demolition. So I just told him I'd share that with you guys because he wasn't able to be here tonight. Most of the family's in Maryland. In Maryland.
Okay. Any other questions for Brian? Yes, sir, Mr. Rambar.
When you informed that you got a call today from one of the family members who is one of 3 that has the property in their name via a quitclaim deed from their mother?
Yes, from their mother, yes.
How many other heirs are there involved besides those 3?
Yeah, so it was divided 1/3 to the siblings of Vivian Jackson. Jessie Harrison passed away, and Jessie Harrison's alive. She had 1/3, she transferred it. So I guess if there's approximately, I'd say probably 7.
So of the 7, you have 3 that are wanting to do something?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you made a comment, one of them said if the city could go in there and clean out the garage and get all the stuff out of the house, they'd like to continue to work on the thing.
He said that he would be willing in the next 30 days to get estimates to demolish the garage and clean out the house. Again, he's in Maryland. But he said during this compliance period that's being offered within his ordinance, he would explore doing that, yes.
But at the end of the 30 days, I mean, we still got 4 heirs that aren't on board, and that's a roadblock. You agree?
I do.
Okay.
So if you, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
If he were to demolish that garage, for example, in the next 30 days and clean out the house, we'd work with him a little bit on what that actual plan is for the house, within reason.
That if's a big word. In the meantime, the neighborhood
I agree.
suffers. Thank you.
Mr. Spears.
Yeah, so Brian, why such a short window for this one compared to what we've seen in 2025?
Yes, so the short window on this is because of the heir's property and the lack of conversation about this property and the lack of progress on this. They had a year for compliance on the initial order and did nothing in that 1-year period, which would be considered a more than reasonable amount of time in our staff's opinion. So the 30 days at this point in the process is essentially to expedite the removal of this public health and safety issue. It would be council's discretion to provide additional time, but staff's recommendation is 30 days on this due to the conversations that we have had with the family and the lack of action thus far.
So, one more thing. Looking at the garage and demolishing the garage does what? Because the roof is coming off? I don't know how old the heirs are or the owners of this property are, but I mean, a little sweat equity, you get up there and you nail that roof down and maybe you take some of the things out of the house that are valuable and store them in that garage so you can do work. I just think that's a pretty short window, and maybe because he's in Maryland, he's not seeing it wholly, but I think he's setting himself back by considering demolishing the garage and then going forward, which the garage would be a temporary shelter to me.
The wall framing on the garage is pretty rotted. The whole front wall is about to fall down, just for clarification on the condition of the garage.
Okay. Well, I just know you mentioned the roof part coming up, and I saw the tin, so I would just think I would just get up there and nail it down. But, I watched a lot of home improvement in my time, so thank you.
Councilmember Andrews.
How long has it been since a family member has lived in this home?
I think Miss Jackson died in 2022.
Okay.
So the last time I know any family member has been in this house has been about 1.5 years.
Okay. But somebody's in there apparently squatting in the house.
Yeah, it's been a coming and going situation. As I said, staff has boarded this property probably at least 3 times in the last year. And it's typically, we come by to check on it. We see the back door's been, or the back board's been ripped off. So we clear it and then secure it again.
And did I hear you say that somebody set a booby trap with urine?
Yes, that was inside the door. Officer Hogue was in the house with me. He's here today. And yeah, when we opened that door, it came swinging down. And that's pretty common in these houses.
Okay. Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Brian. At this time, I'd like to recognize the homeowner, or recognize the homeowner. Is the homeowner here? Not seeing any homeowner here. I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask if anybody in the public wishes to speak on item PH1 to come forward. Madam Clerk, have you received any additional information from anyone? Okay. Are there any further questions from council? Yes, yes, sir.
Mr. Renner, if we were to go with your recommendation here tonight, at the end of 30 days, will you just outline what the process would be on day 31?
Yeah, on day 31, I would, our staff would contract with a asbestos company doing asbestos tests on the property, and that would be the first step of us putting together a demolition bid. We put it out to demolition bid and then run contracting through the city. So I would say the fastest, I would expect that work to be done in April, once this is passed with the 30-day compliance window.
And anytime during that period after day 30, up and until demolition, the owners would have opportunity to come to you and with enough progress being made could stop that.
Correct. If they were to obtain a permit or something along those lines, our staff would continue to work with them.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All right, I'm going to close the public hearing. We have a motion to approve by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett, second by Councilmember Waddell. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously on first reading. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilmember Joyner, second by Councilmember Andrews. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. That brings us to our next item, which is item PH2, which is an ordinance directing the housing inspector to repair or demolish a dwelling at 4040 Appleton Way as unfit for human habitation pursuant to Article 5, Chapter 16 of the City Code, and directing that a notice be placed thereon prohibiting its use or occupancy. At this time, again, I'd like to recognize our manager, Mr. Cottle. Mr. Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Renner will overview this item as well.
Good evening again, Mayor Pro Tem Council. This property is 4040 Appleton Way. We're actually talking about a detached garage in this conversation, not the main dwelling itself. Because of the minimum housing code process, the accessory unit is considered part of the dwelling, which is why it's coming through in this process. As I said, it's approximately a 500 square foot detached garage. It's vacant. The owner is Rosalie Colwick. We can see back here on the back side on the map, that's where that garage is. This is from the front of the property. This garage is actually right up against the property line. A lot of complaints from the neighbors about those shingles falling across the line for a few years. So this initial case, the case initially started back in 2021 in July. Neighbor complaint, again, because the garage is right on the property line. It's been impacting their property. Garage is unoccupied. The house is occupied by the owner. The owner no longer lives at that house. She is older and she's now with her children. And they are working on what the plan is for this property and specifically this structure. It went to hearing in July of 2022. Nobody attended that hearing. The order expired in November of 2022. We connected the owner with Warm for assistance, and she was still living at the house at that time. Warm offered to demolish the garage through the process, but there was a lot of difficulty with Ms. Colwick to try to get her to agree to it. There were some other, I think, underlying factors with that. As I said, the house is currently vacant. She's staying with family. We're in contact with the family about this. There's been no efforts to demolish this dwelling, the garage. The family has essentially asked us to demolish this. As I said, we've been working with them, as you can see, since 2021 to try to come to a resolution, and that's where we're at tonight. Tax value of the garage, $18,000. Estimated cost of repair, $9,000, 50%. Puts us dilapidated by the city's minimum housing code. Just the main sections of the minimum housing code that are included. Here's some photos of the garage. And the roof and exterior walls are pretty shot.
Mr. Renner,
Yes.
is there some underlying reason that we're not seeing that's added great value or nostalgic value or something to this garage?
The nostalgic value of the garage, I think part of it is capacity of the owner is why, or are you talking about the value of the garage itself?
No, I'm talking about, one of your shots shows a picture of the house, And I'm kind of familiar with Echo Farms, and I mean, it looks like a beautiful colonial-looking home, and then this, hole in the roof, several have fallen apart. I mean, I guess what my question is there some reason why they have an attachment to this garage? I mean, is it antique? I mean, it didn't precede that house being there. There's only one house in Echo Farms that was there when it was a dairy farm, and it's not this one. So is there anything that you know that would prevent them from wanting to get rid of it?
It's my understanding that they want to get rid of it. The owner, through our conversations with her, has been, it's more of a capacity issue with her. She's elderly. I think that now that her family's involved, they're in the process of trying to get a power of attorney in order to help her. But no, the family's just not going to come in and demolish their mother's garage without her approval. And if she's having capacity issues, there's some conversation that the family needs to have in order to actually do something. And that's part of the reason this has kind of drug on for a little while.
Okay, I understand. Thank you.
So yeah, holes in the roof, it's pretty self-explanatory. So what we're looking at with this ordinance, again, is another 30 days for us to do that. That 30 days is pretty much going to be us preparing the demolition contract and getting things lined up. Day 31, asbestos testing, and moving forward with it. As I said, the family is aware of this. We were in contact with them. They may be here tonight. I'm not sure. They didn't indicate that they were coming. But again, we're hoping just to get this one cleared out and move on.
Okay, thank you, Brian. At this time, I'd like to recognize the homeowner or the homeowner's representative if they're here in chambers. Okay. I'll open up the public hearing and ask anyone who wants to speak on this particular item, on item PH2, if they'll come forward. Okay. Want to see anybody? Madam Clerk, have you received any additional information or commentary? Okay, very good. Are there any further questions from council? If not, I'm going to entertain a motion. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Andrews, second by Councilmember Joyner. I am going to close the public hearing formally. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously on first reading. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilmember Waddell, second by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. That brings us to our next item, which is PH3, which is an ordinance granting a special use permit for a private recreation facility located at 4950 Holly Tree Road and 304 Westchester Road. I'm going to read this opening statement since this is a public hearing. This hearing is a quasi-judicial evidentiary hearing. That means it is like a court hearing. State law sets specific procedures and rules concerning how city councils make its decision. These rules are different from other types of land use decisions like rezoning cases. Council's discretion is limited. Council must base its decision upon competent, relevant, and substantial evidence that will be read into the record. A quasi-judicial decision is not a popularity contest. It is a decision constrained by the standards in the ordinance and based on the facts presented during the hearing only. If you will be speaking as a witness, please focus on the facts and standards and not personal preference or opinion. So with that, I am going to recognize our city attorney, who will will tell us a little bit more about the specifics of this procedure and how we will move forward.
Yes,
Madam
sir.
Attorney?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Regarding the issue of standing, that means who is eligible to participate in the hearing and to speak at the hearing. I would offer this information. Participation in a quasi-judicial hearing is limited. This meeting is open to the public and everyone is welcome to watch. However, only parties with standing have the right to participate fully, including speaking to present evidence, calling witnesses, making legal arguments. Parties are limited to the applicant, city staff, expert witnesses providing evidence on issues such as property value and traffic impacts, and individuals who can show that they have some sort of special damages. And special damages means damages over and above any damages to the general public that occur if the special use permit is granted. So having a personal opinion about whether this is a good project or whether you don't like this project for one reason or another does not reach the threshold of competent material and substantial evidence to show that an individual has standing to participate in the hearing. Special damages must be shown. So any parties, including the applicant, staff, expert witnesses, and anyone who believes under those conditions that they have standing, they will need to be sworn in by the city clerk like you would in a court hearing in just a moment. They'll need to provide their name to the city clerk at that time, and the city clerk then will provide their names to you, Mr. Mayor. And after being sworn in, then each individual who believes that they have standing, other than the applicant and staff, will need to come up one at a time when you call them up according to that list and explain what special damages they believe that they will have if this special use permit is granted. After that, the applicant and council will have an opportunity to ask each person individually questions about why they believe they have standing, and then council will need to make a decision for every individual who claims to have standing, whether or not you believe that they do or not actually have standing. Only those individuals that you believe and determine on the record have standing will be allowed to participate in the hearing. Council will then, after council rules on whether each person has standing, for those individuals who do not have standing, council will need to disregard anything that they say during their presentation if you determine that they don't have standing, because the only evidence you can consider is what you hear during the hearing by individuals who do. So at this time, those who believe that they do have standing, Mr. Mayor, if they can come up and to the city clerk and be sworn by her and provide their names, and then council can start determining who is going to be able to participate in the hearing.
Question. It's an individual comes forward and we're questioning whether they have standing or not. If we are, I wouldn't say confused, but to understand if the threshold meets the legal requirements, can we ask you as council to give us some sort of clarity? I mean, ultimately, I know it's the decision of this council to vote that individual in, but can we ask that of you as council?
It will obviously be up to council to make the determination and to make that vote on each individual. What I can tell you is that the applicant has standing, city staff have standing, and according to council's rules, anyone who is an adjacent property owner, whose property abuts the actual property that is the subject matter here, has a rebuttable presumption that they have standing. So they will be allowed to come up and let you know that they are an adjoining property owner, and those people will be questioned by the applicant's attorney and by you, but generally speaking, those are the individuals who are determined to have standing. Beyond that, it'll be on council.
And Madam Attorney, if as each one of these individuals comes forward to determine whether they have standing or not, does the attorney that is making the presentation for the applicant have the right to question whether they have standing or not before we take a vote or after we take the vote?
Before you take a vote, the applicant or their attorney will have an opportunity to ask questions of that individual to provide additional clarification as to whether or not they have standing.
Okay. Very good.
And
Are there any
yes.
questions from any other council member here on the dais?
Just for clarity, first I heard you say that people that don't have standing cannot speak.
Cannot participate in the hearing. So they're going to come up right now and tell you if they think they have standing and why. And then you'll have to make that determination. If you determine they don't have standing, then they won't be able to participate in the actual hearing that'll come after.
Okay, so we'll do that before they
Yes, sir, that's
present
why
their
we're going to do
side.
it at the front end instead
right,
of,
thank
instead
you.
of at the back end. Also, I do need to ask Mr. Mayor, before you ask those individuals to come forward, I need to check with council on the record and find out if any of you have received any communication from or had any conversations with the applicant, community members, or anyone else about this matter prior to the hearing. That would include texts or emails or phone calls that you received, and whether or not you responded to them. The only evidence you're able to receive is during this hearing. So if you have received information or had those conversations, I would need for you to identify that on the record and then indicate if you can put that information aside and disregard it and proceed as if you're only considering what is in this hearing. So if I could just start with Mr. Joyner, have you received anything that you would need to disclose?
The question that I would have is, prior to this application, I would say about a year ago, there was questions where I understand this property went onto the market about whether there was community interest or city interest in the city purchasing this property. We did not go down that road, but that would be unrelated to this application because that was just sort of a general community information piece.
Yes, sir, that is not included in this particular, just about this application.
Okay, I have not received any communications about this application other than what has been provided by city staff.
Thank you. Yes, sir, Mr. Waddell?
No, I've not.
No, none.
Mr. Mayor?
I have not.
Prior to the application for a special use permit, when it had made a couple of runs at the Planning Commission and our staff, I did have a conversation with, I think, one of the Planning Commission members, because it hadn't, I mean, it was hanging in the balance. They had not made an application for a special use permit. Since that happened, I had 2 phone calls, and as soon as they told me why they were calling, I explained to them that I was not allowed to discuss it in any way, shape, or form, that I could only consider what transpired here tonight. So that's the extent of my involvement in it so far.
Yes, sir, thank you. Ms. Andrews?
I have not.
Yes, sir, Mr. Spears?
No.
Okay, thank you. I just needed to get that on the record. Mr. Mayor, at this time, please feel free to invite anybody up the applicant, staff, and anyone who believes they have standing to the clerk.
Okay, so I'm going to read this into the record, that all persons wishing to speak, including any city staff, the applicant, expert witnesses, and anyone who believes they have standing must be sworn in by the city clerk, Mrs. Sidbury, and then we will then determine the standing issue. Madam Clerk? Okay, we're going to bring up each individual here. First individual is Miss Emily Bischoff, who is the homeowner at 325 Lancaster. If you'll please come forward. You don't have to clap. We're just doing the standing right now. Thank you. Come on forward, Miss Bischoff.
Hello. We'll preface this with I have extreme stage fright, so it's really hard for me to be up here. But I am here.
Ms. Bischoff, hold on.
Yes.
We have to first vote to see whether we're going to give you standing or not. This is all this procedure
Oh,
is
I'm
right
sorry.
now. No. We're going to have to ask you some questions. I'm sorry.
Okay. No, you're fine.
No, I didn't get elected to be a judge, but here I'm judging today, okay? I'm having to use this quasi-judicial process. So I understand that you live at 325 Lancaster Road.
That is correct.
And that's adjacent to this facility that is being promoted or being talked about here this evening.
I am a few houses down.
Okay.
So I am not directly connected to the property, but I am a few houses away.
How many houses away are you?
4.
4 houses, okay. All right, so I just wanted to ask the question of council. Do you feel that Mrs. Bischoff has standing?
Well, actually, you need to give the applicant's attorney a chance to
Oh, I'm
ask
sorry.
questions as
And
well.
the applicant's attorney?
And that is Mr. Potter.
Mr. Potter? You can ask the question from there.
All right, there we go.
Okay.
Ms. Bischoff, thank you for being here. You said you were located about 4 houses away from the subject property?
That is correct.
Okay. And
Might be 5. I didn't count, I'm sorry.
this is a complicated question. Do you understand the concept of special damages? Like what that means? I apologize for, I know it's a legal
I'm not sure,
theory.
but I would like clarification because there really hasn't been a lot of clarification to the whole process.
So special damages, and I'm not giving you legal advice. I'm just talking here as the representative
That's
of the
fine.
applicant. The city attorney can chime in as well. Special damages is something peculiar that this project will do to negatively impact your property. So
Correct.
something different than what's going to happen to your neighbors 3 blocks down the street, or something that's different than somebody located half a mile from your property.
Traffic, speeding, animals dying from overdevelopment. Any of that count? I mean, my neighbor's cat was killed after the last meeting from predators from overdevelopment, so that really drove it home. And we have problems on Holly Tree. There's always traffic there. I know it's not my moment to speak, but I already deal with it. We've had a rollover there at that intersection before. We've had problems with people parking in the street. So yeah, I'd say it affects me.
Are you a traffic engineer or an engineer of any type?
Well, it's obviously not.
Are you an appraiser or real estate professional?
Nope.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Mayor, I will clarify that both, and I think that this is what Mr. Potter's alluding to, is that the law requires that for traffic and for property values, that there be specific expert testimony in order for someone to testify about that. You can't give lay testimony about traffic or about property values in a quasi-judicial hearing. So if there are other issues that she has that don't address either traffic or property value, then you can ask her about that if she has other issues. And then if there are issues with noise pollution, light pollution, any of those types of things that might be considered, you can ask her if she's got any specific ones of those.
Ms. Bischoff, do you have any concerns about noise or
Oh,
light pollution?
absolutely. They want to put in pickleball courts. They're loud. And, you know, they can promise certain things. You know, I had another one, I just lost it, ADHD, thank you. I'm sorry, I'm freezing. I don't do well up here. Flooding. You know, that property already floods. We haven't had ditches built in my neighborhood since the 70s. They're finally starting to put ditches in, and they halted that and are now telling us it may be our responsibility to pay for them because they never fixed them.
So, Ms. Bischoff, and the reason that the question is coming, or the comment came from the city attorney is because you're not an expert, or unless you're an engineer that deals with hydrology and stuff of that nature. You can only speak specifically to the issue that most concerns you. So I would say that noise or light pollution would be, since you're a neighbor and you're nearby, would be one of your matter of standing.
Well, noise is a major concern. I can hear Hoggard's games at my house. So why wouldn't I be able to hear pickleball courts, NASA soundproofing or not? They want to put how many outside? If I got to hear that when I sit in my yard, I'm sorry, that's not okay. It's not.
Mr. Mayor, also on the issue of stormwater, that's not something specific that does require an expert opinion, but she would need to be able to talk about what she has seen personally and limit her testimony instead of to hypotheticals to what you've seen and witnessed directly. And so she could speak on that issue if you determine she has standing, but you would need to speak, ma'am, on just what you know personally instead of.
I know my street floods.
Yeah, that's what I mean. So you'd need to
It's
limit
always
it
flooded.
to that.
You know, you didn't fix it until it flooded, and we're lucky that Florence didn't rain in my neighborhood. If it had, we would have been in serious trouble. And just fixing that little retention pond is not enough. It's not. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right, I can take the vote.
So if you'd like to ask now as far
I'd
as
like to ask
council
council
goes, or
for-
if council has any questions
Do you have
for
a
her.
question from other council members? Yes, sir, Mr. Waddell.
I have some clarification. This is my first quasi-judicial hearing since I've been on council. And so I do have just clarification for the city attorney. You referenced adjacent property owner. The city council has some policy in regards to adjacent property owner. Is it directly adjacent? Is that up to us to deliberate?
So for directly adjoining property owners, your council rules have a rebuttable presumption that those individuals have standing. She's not an adjoining property owner, so it's just up to council whether you believe that she has enough direct information that's specific to her home that would be different.
Understood.
How
So
it would affect her property versus my property out in Ogden or someone else's property, half a mile away.
So an adjoining property owner would basically already have standing automatically via our policy.
Not automatically, but it's presumed that they will unless something else comes up.
But I'm looking on I'm pulling up a map just so I can see as folks are coming up and where they live in relation. I mean, if you're within a stone's throw, which it looks like she is, then the noise could have her noise argument could warrant the standing for council.
Yes, sir, it
basically.
could.
Okay.
That's up to you.
Thank you.
Mr. Joyner.
So, what's the standard of review on this? If the applicant does not get the outcome that they're seeking and their attorney advises them to appeal, what will the court be reviewing us for? Whether or not whether our procedure was correct to open them to an appeal?
Standing would be an issue on appeal, and so the question would be whether council abused its discretion in determining that she had standing.
So what I would propose that we do is if the applicant is objecting to somebody having standing after cross-examination, they should articulate to us in their terms, not in our attorney's terms, why they think that that the speaker doesn't have standing.
And certainly you can ask Mr. Potter those questions if he's objecting to her having standing after you've questioned her.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. I like that approach. I think that's a great approach to have. And so.
On the other side of that coin, one of the problems that I've always had with, and this is not my first, this is about my 5th or 10th special use permit, so I'm familiar with them, but I've always had an issue with the fact that the applicant will march in here with, a hydrologist, an appraiser, you name it. I mean, engineering, everything, whereas the residents who are affected, whether they have standing or not, they don't have there may be somebody in their group that understands what they can do and what they can bring to that podium. Most don't. They're lay people just like we are. And neither one of us up here or anybody on our staff could call them and advise them of that. So they're at a, I mean, to me, they're at a severe disadvantage at this point in the special use permit process because their attorney is going to have the deciding vote whether she has standing or she doesn't have standing. And if for some reason they were to be granted their special use permit night, the residents don't have any recourse across the street.
I understand the frustration. Mr. Potter doesn't have a
Hey,
vote in that.
Miss, I'm not frustrated. It's just, I mean, that's just the facts of the way it comes across to me.
Sure.
And-
And like I said, you're certainly free to ask Mr. Potter whether he's objecting, because a lot of times, if you're in a court situation, the judge will ask if the other party is objecting to someone testifying or being declared an expert witness. And if they don't, then you can simply allow them to testify, and you can just vote that they have standing and proceed. So I do think it's fair for you to ask if Mr. Potter is objecting to anyone with standing, and if he's not, then I think you're fair to just go ahead and vote and proceed in that manner. If he is, then you'll need to make that decision yourselves.
Okay. Mr. Potter, do you have an objection to Mrs. Bischoff?
Yeah, so I hope that Councilman Joyner will understand why I have to do what I'm about to do, because I know he's an attorney as well. I can't waive my objection because it becomes important at the next stage. If we are denied today and it goes to the Superior Court in 3 or 4 months, if I waive my objection, I give up the right to argue to the court that anybody didn't have standing. So if I waive it for Ms. Bischoff and you rely on testimony that she gives, I waive the argument to argue that she didn't have standing in the first place at the next level. And I just wanted to explain that because I don't want it to come across as callous. I don't believe Ms. Bischoff has standing, and even if she did, what she intends to testify about are things that she doesn't have the qualifications to testify about. So traffic, you know, she hasn't mentioned property values yet, but as the city attorney mentioned, those are things. And then in order to argue, for instance, that stormwater is an issue, she would have to be able to testify that this project, that its design was going to increase stormwater problems on the street, which she's not an engineer, she's not going to be able to do. So that's not technically a standing argument, but I do think, I know Councilman Waddell mentioned that he pulled up the map. She's not on the street that this property is on. She's on a cross street down the road a few houses. It's maybe 500 feet away, maybe 350 feet away. It's not super far away, but it is not adjoining. It is not even on the same street. So for those reasons, I have to, and I hope you understand, I have to object in order to protect my client's interests.
Can I just say there are only 2 entrances in my neighborhood for over 100 houses, and they're building more. And that is a fact. They are building in the back. So more houses will be added, and 700 members of this club, or however many they want to add.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. I guess, let me be a little bit more direct why I'm asking these procedural questions. If folks who are not aligned with the applicant come and speak and give testimony that is not proper under the general statute, not our rule, the state statute, then the applicant will use that against you on the appeal. And so that's why things have to be to a T. Otherwise, you might get the outcome you want tonight, but you'll be back because they'll have appealed it successfully.
So can I ask where we go if this moves forward and it does impact my driving and how long it takes me to get places and all the traffic on Holly Tree? I know they're doing a report, but what is my recourse when I sit in my yard and I can hear it, or I can't get to work, or we have another T-bone accident at the end of the street, or all of the members park in the street at the only one of 2 entrances to my neighborhood because they like to do that. They like to stop there and leave their friends and hang out there. And that's already an issue with the current club.
I understand. Ms. Bischoff, what Mr. Joyner is saying is whatever testimony is presented here this evening, and if we allow you to speak, which is, I don't know how the council is, it could affect the outcome, whatever decision is made up here. So He's right.
I get that, I accept that, that's fine. I'm asking what my recourse is in the future.
Yeah, okay.
If this goes forward, what is my future recourse? Do I call the cops? Do I call you guys? Not one of you messaged me back on the last meeting, not one of you.
Well, we couldn't because of the special use permit, ma'am. Sorry.
The only thing I can see.
Nobody could reply and say, thank you for your input. We have read you and we have heard you. Not one of you, not city planning, not any of you replied.
Okay.
No thank you, no nothing.
Okay. Did you want to say
Ms.
something?
Bischoff, I heard what your last question was, what would be your recourse after the fact?
Yes.
We have code enforcement. They're submitting a very specific site plan tonight that covers stormwater, parking, buffering, all the main ingredients for that plan. If any of those, or if parking, for example, they will have ample parking, I assume, on their property. And if that is not the case, then you could call our code enforcement and they would go out and enforce the code.
Okay.
That would be your recourse.
Okay.
Madam Attorney, I know that Mr. Potter has objected to Mrs. Bischoff having any standing. If this body decides that we feel that she has standing because of noise, we can vote that, and then if whatever happens, the court will make that decision whether we made the right decision or not, correct?
Yes, sir, it's up to
Very good.
council.
Okay, very good. What is the wishes of council, Mrs. Bischoff? We've heard that her main concern is some of the things that she shared, but primarily is noise. How does council vote on that? We're going to, I guess we'll go individually. How do you want to do it? Individually? Okay. Mr. Joyner?
I am not happy with this, but as an attorney, my legal assessment is that you do not have standing.
Mr. Waddell?
I believe she has standing.
Excuse me?
I believe she has standing, just looking at the map, which I have pulled up here.
Mr. Barnett?
I'll give her standing.
Okay. Mr. Ramberg? Okay. Ms. Andrews?
I say she has standing.
Okay. You have standing.
Thank you.
Okay. Kevin, the votes are there, but go ahead.
I think so.
Okay.
Done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, please, is Mr. Musselwhite at 331 Wallington Avenue.
Good evening to the council. Thank you. My name is Mr. Neil Musselwhite IV. My residence is at 331 Wallington Road.
Can you pull your mic up a little bit?
I'm sorry, sir.
Mic up to your face a little bit so I can hear you clearly. Thank you. I appreciate it.
My name is Mr. Neil Musselwhite IV. My address is at 331 Wallington Road. That is in the development of the Westchester neighborhood.
Okay. And you're an adjacent property owner to this property, sir?
Well, my understanding of the operational definition of adjacent or abutting is that it would touch the absolute property line of the development. And I am effectively 100 feet diagonal to that property development. The city lots in the city of Wilmington are approximately 100 feet by 100 feet. And I have a rear neighbor and a side neighbor and a diagonal neighbor that they are directly abutting, but I am, I suppose, one lot spaced from them. So the only reason why I understand I may have standing is because I received a letter which it states via applicable law, which the applicant's attorney sent to me, that I received via postal mail, stating that my property was within 300 feet of the developable property. Therefore, it's a possibility that I have standing based upon that applicable law, though I may not, I do not have the ability to cite that statute.
But you have concerns about noise and light.
Sir?
You have concerns about noise and light?
I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, you have concerns about noise and light?
Not just noise, sir. I've actually looked at the 6 points on the agenda at the website, There are 6 different hyperlinked points. The cover letter, the ordinance, the case summary, staff analysis, neighborhood meeting. I have 3 pages of contention. Ultimately, as a resident of the neighborhood, I mean, it's logical to me that this development will impact traffic. It will be a noise pollution. It will be a light pollution. It will be a stormwater pollution.
Mr. Potter, do you have an objection to Mr. Musselwhite?
May I just ask him a question?
Please.
Mr. Musselwhite, those things that you listed off, how do they affect your property differently than the other properties in the area?
Upon the initial proposal of the project, which included a golf driving range, I was initially very concerned that I may be affected by golf balls hitting my property, hitting my service animal, hitting my children. I don't want to have my property damaged by that. I'm disconcerted by looking through the 6 hyperlinks. There is one statement under C of the application that specifies that there would be a mini golf driving range, a T driving range. I was informed by city officials that that had been removed, but to find it still on the website as of today is disconcerting.
Mr. Musselwhite, there is no outdoor golf range proposed in this project.
Thank you. All it said, how would my property be affected? Well, if property values are negatively affected by this development going forth and it decreases appeal of residential sales and residential equity, then as a residential remodeling contractor of 30 years, I understand that my property would receive a decrease in its financial value.
Mr. Musselwhite, do you have any kind of, are you a real estate agent or an appraiser or real estate professional of some type?
The only real estate professional that I am is that I'm a residential remodeling contractor, a sole proprietor of residential renovations.
So with the golf not being there and your concern being about the reduction in property values, that's what your claim special damage is?
One of my main objections, yes, sir. One of my main, but I have more than one.
Mr. Musselwhite, if I may, we need to know what they all are right now to determine if you're going to have
standing?
Yes, sir. So if you could go ahead and state what it is that you think gives you special damages.
Special damages, forgive me. Well, I would say a reduction in real estate property values based upon the development of said project.
And is that the only thing? Knowing that there's
No, but I'll maintain that only one. A reduction in real estate value based upon the property, based upon the development moving forward.
All right.
May I make one more
hold on.
comment?
The question is, I'm going to ask you a question. I have to ask a question. You're standing, I mean, you're saying that you're concerned about property values.
Yes, sir.
And what it's going to do to your home.
Yes, sir.
Since this is quasi-judicial and since I need expert testimony, are you an appraiser?
No, sir.
Okay. Just your opinion is that your property values will go down, but you have no expert witness with you that can share any information with us about that?
Do not have any facts. However, that is one of the concerns I have, is that if the council approves this special use appeal, unfortunately, after developments are manifested, the damage will more than halfway be done. We will not know the results until after the development has transpired.
Okay. So Mr. Musselwhite's contention is that his standing is concerned about his property value. So,
Mr. Potter, I'd like to hear you on your objection, please.
My objection is just very straightforward. In order to have standing, I mean, the proximity is one thing, but you have to allege that you're going to suffer some kind of special damage as a result. And Mr. Musselwhite only alleged special damage is potential, as he just said, reduction in the value of his property that he won't know about till after the project is done. And under the law, I'm not sure if the city attorney will agree with me, that's very transparently something that you have to be an expert to provide opinions on. And so you couldn't rely on his opinion about his property value going down, which is the definition of special damages.
I am not happy that that is the statute that I have to apply, but I agree with the assessment that this gentleman does not have standing.
I agree with Councilman Joyner. This gentleman does not have standing.
okay.
Notwithstanding.
You have standing? Not standing. Mr. Rappaport?
So, Mr. Potter, it was your contention that the fact that he's not an appraiser, he can't stand here and say that it's going to affect his property in value. Is that what I was talking to the mayor and I missed that?
Yes, sir. Yes, Mr. Reidenbach.
Okay.
That is correct.
I'd have to go with the rest, just based on that alone.
Okay. All right.
So you have no objections to this development based on anything else other than things that you need expertise in? Because I'm looking at this map and I'm looking at, he's pretty much adjacent to the property.
Yeah, I mean, I'm rather meticulous and use scientific operational definitions, and the definition of a but means I would touch the property line. I do not. If that's one of the operational contingencies of me having standing, I do not have standing via that definition. If I have standing because I received a letter in the mail that I was within 300 feet of proximity via applicable law, then I do have standing.
Sir, I'm asking, do you have any testimony to offer that doesn't require technical expertise?
Well, the previous speaker, she attested to being able to hear football games from Hoggard High School, and that's correct. That's a half-mile away. I imagine that we will definitely experience sound pollution. But looking at all the details of all 6 hyperlinks within the agenda, there are just numerous definitions that specify light pollution, traffic pollution, stormwater pollution, et cetera.
Thank you. I'm just going to vote that he does have standing just because I voted for the last person who, is a similar distance from the property and has similar objections.
Thank you, Ms. Andrews.
Sir, I think if you would have said that the impact of this special use permit would skyrocket your property value and may outprice you at some point from being able to pay your taxes, I would say that you're right. I don't see this special use permit bringing your property tax value down. So based on that case, I think that you don't have standing.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Mr. Musselwhite has not received enough votes to establish standing, so thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next person is Ms. McIntyre, who lives at 329 Lancaster Road. Ms. McIntyre? Yes, Ms. McIntyre.
Okay. Yes, my name is Shirley McIntyre. I've been a resident of the Westchester community for 54 years, and it's been a very quiet neighborhood. We haven't had a lot of vandalism, all of that kind of stuff. Our neighborhood is quiet. Our children have been very safe in this neighborhood, and that's what we are trying to keep at this time. And we also have a school, Holly Tree School, that's right on the, will be right on the other side. There are other homes
Ms. McIntyre?
connecting that.
Ms. McIntyre, we have to ask you in regard to this quasi-judicial process for your, if you have standing or not. So are you an adjacent property owner to this development? Or are you abutted?
I'm adjacent to it, yes.
So your property does touch this property?
My property doesn't, but I'm the next street over.
Okay.
And we walk a lot in our neighborhood. So it's right there where you can walk from one street to the other.
Okay. So what other concerns do you have?
The noise,
Okay. All right. So yours is based on noise?
yes,
Okay.
based on noise. And like I say, there's Holly Tree School and children
So-
coming in and out from the school. Our children gets off the bus at Holly Tree and they have to walk into Westchester and Wilmington.
Okay. Ms. McIntyre, so your contention for standing is noise, okay?
Noise,
Okay.
yes.
Mr. Potter, do you have any further questions of Mrs. McIntyre?
I do not. I don't have any objection to Ms. McIntyre standing.
Okay. Very good. Everybody okay with Ms. McIntyre? Ms. McIntyre, you're in.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Just for the record, Mr. Mayor, if I could reflect for the record that council is unanimously
It's a
okay with Ms.
unanimous vote
McIntyre.
here, yes. Yes. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Next speaker is next person is Ms. Galloway, Brenda Galloway, who lives at 218 Wallington.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am Brenda Galloway. I'm not, the house at 218 Wallington Road is not adjacent to the proposed court, to the club. But my family is a 54-year resident of Westchester. I don't know who knows the history of it, but it is a very peaceful, quiet neighborhood. We do walk a lot. There's not a lot for us to do, but we do walk morning, noon, and night. There's always someone walking, and we want to be safe. We do what we can to be safe. We don't have sidewalks. We actually have active petitions for sidewalks and speed bumps. We have a lot of speeding out there. People zoom through there, and there's a lot of traffic.
But Brenda, your concern is the noise?
The noise
Okay.
and the influx of people and parking. It's cluttered when there's an event there. I'm looking ahead at, when you say property value taxes, we've been talking about the private club. And we know that if taxes go up, then that looks like gentrification in our neighborhood behind a pickleball court. Because if you look around town,
But Brenda, because you have to have standing, your standing is based on the noise.
the noise and the impact of the quality of my life in my neighborhood.
Okay, all right, very good. Mr. Potter?
Mr.
Yes.
Mayor, if I may, it would need to be to her property directly. And so if you are given standing, you'll need to testify as to how you believe it's going to impact your particular property, as opposed to just the general neighborhood. Is that,
How would it
you understand?
impact my property? I think that in the years to come, my taxes will rise as they are doing now, and it may not be my property in the next 10 years.
And I'll let Mr. Potter, I know he'll probably ask you some questions about that, but in general, you wouldn't be able to testify about traffic or about property values unless you've got some sort of appraisal or expert testimony.
Well, I will say when they have events over there, sometimes the children come into the community, and it's good. Sometimes they behave, sometimes they don't. And I know that with numerous pickleball courts, that's going to be a flood of people, flood of families, but they're going to flood into our communities, and we do want to be safe. We do want to enjoy our quiet. We want to be able to walk at night. we want to be able to come in and out of that back exit without a clutter of cars on both sides. You know, I don't know what their plan is for parking, but will parking be inside or will it still be on the street? You know, those are little things, but just from community meetings, I haven't been a part of any community meeting, but except for with the residents, and for the most part, you know, we just don't want it there.
Mr. Potter, do you have an objection to Ms. Galloway being part of this? Standing?
Ms. Galloway, you, did I hear you correctly that 218 Wallington is your address?
Yes.
And that's a good ways down the road, isn't it?
Yes, it's about 8 houses down. But when you walk at night, you can hear somebody walking down the street. It's just that quiet. What you say, you hear rat piss on cotton? Yes, it's just that quiet, it's peaceful. And I think that we deserve to have that peacefulness in our community. In our, you know, we deserve that. We pay our taxes, and we deserve that.
Please, everybody, this is a question here. Mr. Potter, go ahead. Mr. Galloway.
So I've just got the map up, a map up here, and it looks like your property's maybe 13 houses away and across another street called Dartmouth.
Wallington Road, yes.
Called Dartmouth, is that right? So it's
Wallington Road.
Oh, I know, but it's if you go down Wallington, you cross Dartmouth before you get to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
And again, I just looking at the map, it says it's about 0.4 miles from, so a little less than half a mile from the current club. Does that sound right?
Half a mile, I don't think it's a half a mile.
A little under half a mile. Okay. And you believe you'll be able to hear the pickleball club that far away?
I know that we will be able to hear the pickleball.
Okay. I mean, I have an objection to her standing. She's quite some way from the property. She's not adjacent to it. I guess it's up to the council whether you believe.
If I could speak for Ms. Lorraine and Ms. Patrick.
Well, you can't, the way this works is, you know, you have to speak directly to that issue, to this issue. Right. Now, Mr. Potter, did I hear you say you don't have any objections, or?
No, I said I have to. I mean,
you have to
because of the distance. Okay. She's
all right. Yeah,
she's a good way
from it. Yeah.
Than the other
and
folks.
Unfortunately, in this situation, you can't represent the neighbors. You can't represent the neighborhood. I mean, it's a good idea. I mean, that's what you may want to do, but for this specific thing, our task is to hear you say, I've got an objection because it affects me. And based on like where you live, I'm inclined to agree with Mr. Potter.
Well, has anyone been out that night?
Okay, hold on,
No,
Ms.
see,
Brenda.
You can't.
Oh, okay.
That's not valid.
No.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Even though you want to have a nice neighborhood and quiet and all that, but for this specific thing that we're doing tonight, we only can go by what we hear, and what we hear is based on your complaint.
Mr. Waddell.
While her main concern of noise would be valid for standing, I have to agree that the proximity is just too far from the subject site to be considered adjacent, and for that reason, I do not believe she has standing.
Okay, Mr. Joyner.
I would have to agree that she does not have standing under the statute.
Okay, Mr. Ivanberg.
I don't think she has standing, just based on distance.
Ms. Andrews.
Yeah, I pulled up the map as well. It's at least 13 houses away, so I would have to say no.
Ms. Spears.
Yeah, Ms. Galloway, I think you probably don't have standing, but in your defense, 10 active pickleball games will be pretty loud.
Yes.
You will be able to hear it, but I mean that is a good way, and you didn't really sell the case on sound, on safety. Maybe
Yeah, it's a few barriers, you know, so.
Okay,
I
Ms.
tried.
Galloway.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Ms. Galloway. Ms. Galloway does not have standing. And the last speaker, last person is Mr. Marshall, Robert Marshall, who lives at 302 Westchester. Mr. Marshall? Is Mr. Marshall here? Oh, there he is, okay.
Good evening. I gotta change that. I said 302 is 202 Westchester Road.
Do you mind pulling those mics up just a tear? Oh, there you go. Thank you, sir.
And Mr. Marshall, could you tell us why you feel you have standing in this particular item, on this particular item?
It will be the noise.
Okay.
And profanity. We can hear it loud and clear.
Okay.
Yeah. And my main issue is noise, and I'd like to ask the council, do homeowners association matter any? But we do have a homeowners association. I didn't get a letter or anything, you know, and we've been in Westchester. I've been out there since '79, and it is nice and it is peaceful out there. And when they come, everything changes. Okay. Everything changes. Now, I got one thing I want to say. Now, the lady that lives right beside where that's going to be at, she couldn't be here tonight because she got deaf in the family, so she's out of town. But she is a part of the homeowners association.
Okay, but your concern is noise.
It's noise.
Yes, sir, and in proximity to this facility, where are you? Are you near it?
No, I'm on the other end.
Okay.
But I am with the homeowners association. I understand. And I just want to know, do that make a difference? Because I am the president of the homeowners association. So I'm here to represent her tonight.
No, I don't.
That don't matter.
I don't believe so, but I'm not an attorney.
Okay.
But I have to ask. But I have to ask.
Just wondering.
I have to ask Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter.
Is it a corporation, like an actual home, like with declarations and restrictive covenants, or is it just a group of neighbors that have gotten together?
No, it's not a group of neighbors.
Okay.
We're located in the map. We registered.
Okay. So,
Registered. Westchester Homeowners Association. We are registered.
and who are the members of the Westchester Homeowners Association?
I have them all right with me, but I got them. And like I said, I am the president, so I am number one.
But what area does the Homeowners Association cover?
Westchester.
Well,
Area. I'm not a legal, I'm not an attorney.
so does it include Lancaster Road?
Say again?
Does it?
Excuse me, everybody. I'm going to have to ask everybody, please be quiet for the question.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you. So does it include Lancaster and Wallington?
Yes.
And is every person on those streets a member?
On that street, in that neighborhood,
Is a member of the?
a part of Westchester Homeowners Association. We got some new members that came in here, and I listened at the ladies and the gentlemen speak, but they are part of Westchester.
And you're the current president of the
Yes.
Homeowners Association. So the folks that do immediately adjoin the property,
We have been kind of laying low.
Yeah.
Because we haven't had no noise, no nothing, so we just been kind of laying low, because our neighborhood is quiet. It's quiet. But now, with what y'all are wanting to do, that's gonna uplift the noise, and so we're here tonight. If we gotta do something different, then we'd like to do something different. As a homeowners association, we'd like to do something different.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, generally speaking, a homeowners association, if he is the president of the homeowners association, they would have standing so long as at least one individual of the homeowners association is an adjoining property owner. I think that's what Mr. Potter was getting at. So if he is the president and there are adjoining property owners, it covers the adjoining property owners, then he would have standing as the president.
So is this an established association, or is this an association by volunteers that?
I think you indicated you're an established HOA. Do you have dues and things like that?
Yes.
Everybody in Westchester then pays dues to this association, or is it voluntary?
Not lately. We have been paying some, but we got some new members coming in. That's why I say we've been kind of quiet.
But is it incorporated with?
Yes, it's incorporated,
Okay,
yes.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
And that lady that I was referring to that's not here, her name is Elaine Stallings. and she's right next door.
Okay.
Member of the association?
Yes, she is.
Yes, sir.
Then
Yes.
I'm in favor of them staying.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know anything about the association, so I'm looking at it. There is a nonprofit corporation called Westchester Homeowners Association, Inc., with a registered office address of 209 Wallington Road, which would be in that neighborhood. I have no reason to doubt that what you're saying is true. I just didn't know, so I didn't research it until right now. So
Right.
I would agree that if members of the association would have standing individually, that Mr. Marshall, is that right?
Yes.
Would have standing as the spokesperson for that entity. He would have the potential to have standing. Now, all the other things we talked about, being qualified and being able to give expert opinions on things, that would be a second thing. But as far as standing is concerned, I don't really see that we would have an argument, because he would be the representative of an association of people made up of adjoining property owners.
Very good. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Marshall. You have standing.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So right now, as we speak, Ms. Bischoff?
And is that unanimous, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, this is unanimous. Is it unanimous? Yes. Yes.
Thank you.
Mr. Marshall, Ms. McIntyre, and Ms. Bischoff have standing. One, three. Yes. Okay. Before we get started and get into this, I'd like to take a 5-minute break. We've been here since 6:30. The chair needs a break for a second. All right, we're going to bring the meeting back to order. Okay, and since everybody has been voted on that has standing, we have everyone here. This time I recognize the applicant for the presentation, and I'm going to also note the following, that any parties with standing have a right to ask the applicant questions, okay? So at this time, I'm going to recognize the applicant.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is Sam Potter. I'm an attorney here in Wilmington, and I represent the applicant. I have with me here today the applicant. His name is Mike Harms. He's a local businessman, been around in Wilmington for quite some time. I also have the current owners of the property that are here as well. They developed this property back in the early 90s into the racket club that it is today. It has been a private club. It has been a private club since it was constructed in 1994. I also have with me today, Mayor Saffo, you referenced sound several times. We have a sound engineer expert, Dan Wilcox, who you may know. He's the former mayor of Carolina Beach. I have Cal Morgan, who has certainly appeared in front of you all many times, who's an appraiser out of Wilmington. And I have Nick Loretta, who is a civil engineer, to speak to traffic, stormwater, those types of things. I know many of you are familiar with the property, as Councilman Joyner referenced. I know that there was a consideration of this property being acquired by the city at some point in time to preserve it as some type of park. That did not work out. The current property is a private membership club, and it always has been. It's not open to the public. You pay a monthly fee to be a member to go and play tennis. It has a clubhouse, and it has a swimming pool with a pool house, a small shop, and a kitchen. And you can see this is a Google Earth view of the property as it sits today. There are 10 tennis courts that are currently on the property, a swimming pool and a clubhouse. Something I wanted to point out, because several of the people that are in opposition to this are concerned about parking, and you can see the white areas. This property does not have a paved parking lot. It has basically a crushed stone gravel parking lot with very limited parking. There's not enough parking on the site as it sits today. Just to get you acclimated to the property, this is the current entrance. There is one entrance to the property as it sits today. This is an image of the entrance. This is the clubhouse. Once again, it was constructed in the mid-90s and has not been renovated or upfitted since then. These are the tennis courts that are closest to Holly Tree Road, also closest to the stormwater pond, and are the closest to any residences. You can see on the other side of the tennis court, there's a fence, and you can see the roofs of the residences behind it. This is the view down Wilmington. I bring this up only because one of the conditions of doing this project is to install sidewalks along Wilmington, and you can see that there are not any sidewalks currently. That's going towards Holly Tree where you have the Cross City Trail. So it'll provide connectivity for this property to the Cross City Trail. Councilman Riverbark, you mentioned our prior rezoning efforts. So when we originally contemplated this project, you also heard Mr. Musselwhite reference the outdoor golf driving range. So we had proposed on the undeveloped part of this property a golf driving range that would be netted. And the city's interpretation of the net, which would have posts, was that because the posts exceeded the 35-foot maximum building height in R15, that we would have to be in a different zoning district if we were to have the outdoor golf facility. So we had originally proposed a rezoning really only to get around the height limitation. Well, the amount of pushback we got from the community and the neighbors and, quite frankly, planning staff caused us to withdraw the golf facility. So there, I want to be clear, there is no outdoor golf facility that's a part of this. There's no nets, there's no exterior golf of any type. So what I have up here on the screen was the original plan, and you can see on the right-hand side, that's where the golfing facility was going to be, with outdoor pickleball courts behind the clubhouse and outdoor pickleball courts closest to Holly Tree Road. So what we're in front of you on now is a special use permit. R15 zoning district allows private recreation in the R15 zoning district. And you all are familiar, I know the city attorney has consulted with you about the standards, but this is an evidentiary standard, and we have to introduce evidence that allows you to find each of these four things to be true. Number one is that this project will not materially endanger the public health or safety. Number two, that all required conditions and specifications are met. So those are your technical criteria, your driveways and your turnarounds and your building heights and buffers and those types of things. They're objective, not subjective specifications. That the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, and that it will be in harmony with the area in which it is located and in general conformity with the comprehensive plan. There are three special conditions for recreational facilities in an R15. One is that maintenance structures are at least 100 feet from any residential use. Two is that in an R district, which this is, there will be no stadiums or athletic fields. And three, that all buildings shall be set back at least 20 feet from any lot lines. I wouldn't be standing here in front of you if we didn't have a site plan that met all three of those conditions, and Mr. Loretta, who's our engineer, will speak to those. Our burden here is to introduce, as the city attorney mentioned in the beginning, material competent evidence tending to establish that we meet each of the four general and three specific criteria. So here's our updated plan. This is what's in front of you today. You will notice that the pickleball courts that are closest to Holly Tree have remained the same from their original design. And the pickleball courts that were originally planned to be behind the clubhouse, so that would be at the bottom of your screen, are proposed to be indoor. So the four courts, and I can go back to the original. So the four courts on the bottom of your screen there are going to be enclosed with a building to create indoor pickleball courts. The tennis court to the right of your screen will be removed. That will be parking. The tennis court immediately to the left of the clubhouse on your screen, those two tennis courts will remain tennis courts. And the three tennis courts at the top of your screen will be outdoor pickleball courts with a covered awning. So they're going to be outdoor, open air, but covered. The reason I draw attention to the covered nature of them is because, as you can see now, the outdoor courts are lit by overhead pole lights that are on until 10:30, 11 o'clock at night sometimes. And so these will go away. There will be no more outdoor pole lights lighting up the 3 courts closest to Holly Tree, and the 4 courts that were on the bottom of your plan will be indoor, so obviously they won't be producing sound or light. I just want to draw some attention. I know that Nick Loretta will speak to this, but I mentioned and showed in the initial slide the very limited parking that's available, and you heard some of the neighbors talk about parking issues and people parking along Wallington. This proposal significantly increases the number of parking spaces on site. Our goal is to not have people parking on Wallington, and I understand that oftentimes people will park at Holly Tree Elementary School for tournaments and those types of things. So the goal here was to have enough parking on site where that wouldn't happen. We have some renderings from our architect, and I've got these up on the screen. This is a rendering of the front of the pickleball building. The clubhouse that's currently there will be stripped and replaced with a 2-story clubhouse. It'll be a clubhouse and pro shop on the 1st floor and a restaurant that serves the members on the 2nd floor with wraparound porch. There's a pool house that exists now that will also be completely renovated. This is a rendering of what the pool house is going to look like. And the last thing, I mentioned Dan Wilcox. He's a sound engineer, and he's going to speak to this. Everybody talks about sound when you talk about pickleball. And our client has been very sensitive to doing whatever he can to reduce the sound associated with the pickleball courts. Now, the sound that's coming from pickleball will be from those courts that are closest to Holly Tree, right? They will not be the ones that are closest to Wallington and closest to Westchester. They're located on the property that's closest to Holly, the portion of the property that's closest to Holly Tree. And that property, or those courts, will be surrounded by a product called Acoustifence, which is a engineered sound deadening mat, essentially, that if you were to go out there now, there's chain link fence around the tennis courts. Those mats, as you see on your screen, will go up along the entire perimeter of those outdoor courts. So you'll have not only the mats along the perimeter, but also the awnings over the top to help contain sound. And I won't speak for Mr. Wilcox. He's got science that tells you how this all works out, and I'll let you listen to his testimony on that. Again, just some more renderings about what the courts look like with the awnings. All right, with that being said, I'm happy to answer any questions, but I think the people you really need to hear from are the experts. So I would ask that Mr. Loretta come up and talk to you about the civil engineering side, but I'm also happy to clarify any questions you have about our application.
Mr. Mayor, can I go and ask a question?
Yes, you can.
I think this might be an efficient point in the presentation to ask it. So explain to me again why you need a special use to make the changes that you're requesting tonight. Why do you need a permit? What is so different that you need a permit for?
So we could continue it operating it just the way it is. We could go out there and turn the existing courts into pickleball courts the way they sit now. But the second, because it's a legal non-conforming use as it sits today, the second we add any interior square footage, so when we enclose those outdoor courts, or we add impervious, so parking spots. If you add a parking spot to a non-conforming, it's a change. And so we couldn't make the changes to the site that we're proposing without getting a special use permit.
And the awnings, you're saying, qualifies as an enclosure in a way that you need a permit for? Because it's
not the awnings, the building that is going to enclose the 4 courts that are behind the clubhouse.
Okay, I'll look for that in the presentation, and if I have a question, I'll follow up.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we have another question here.
Yeah. Tell me a little more about the restaurant. Like, have you had any challenges with that from the community or anything?
So like at community meetings and that type of
thing?
Right. The only questions that have been asked that I recall are whether the restaurant would be open to the public or not. People were concerned that that would be bringing additional traffic, and the answer to that question is no. This is a private club. We can't operate a restaurant that's open to the public. That would not be permissible either under our application or under the city's code for this site.
And it would seat ballpark, how many? An idea?
Ballpark, how many?
How many would it seat? Guess.
Seat. I could certainly get the
Okay,
answer
well,
for you.
that can come later. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Ms. Spears?
So with the restaurant, you said that there won't be additional traffic, but if you get additional new members, you get additional traffic, right?
Well, there's going to be a cap on membership, so the cap on membership would be a natural limit on that. But again,
What's the cap?
I can't testify about these things.
Oh, okay.
I can get somebody to come up here and answer that question for
Okay.
you. If that's a fact that's important to you, it needs to be testimony. Is that fair?
Yeah, that's pretty nice. You say so. That's fair.
Mr. Loretto is prepared to talk about traffic as well.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Potter, if you can, when Mr. Loretto comes up, if you can ask him to state his qualifications so that council can determine if he is qualified as an expert before he proceeds.
Mr. Loretto, will you please tell the council about your qualifications?
Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. My name is Nick Loretta. I'm a registered professional engineer in the states of South Carolina and North Carolina. I'm the owner and senior engineer for Riverview Engineering, and I've been practicing engineering in Wilmington for 18 years and practicing engineering for 21 years. And I was licensed in 2008 as a professional engineer, so it's been 17 years as a licensed engineer.
Excuse me, Mr. Loretta, the type of engineer, is there a specific type of engineer? that
I'm
you-
a civil engineer.
Okay, very good.
I'm
Thank you.
registered as a civil engineer through the state.
Do we have to take a vote on that? I think he has standing.
Just not necessarily standing, but whether you're accepting his testimony as an expert.
We'll accept your testimony.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
thank you very much.
And is that unanimous for the record?
I have a question for you, Madam Attorney. Is this, the rules of evidence do not apply. Is there a different quasi-judicial standard for expert testimony than there would be in a trial? Or is it the same standard?
No, sir. It's just, he's just got to produce, competent material.
In our discretion?
Evidence, yes, sir.
Okay, then I would say it's, yes, I'm a part of the unanimous standing.
Well, we'd ask if we're allowing Mr. Loretta to, as an expert witness, expert testimony, because he's a licensed engineer. Or we're going to accept his testimony. I think what he's going to, I guess.
No, I will talk about things specifically related to civil engineering and the tasks of a civil engineer on a project like this.
Okay.
Yeah, I won't go outside of my expertise.
Okay, very
Don't
good.
worry about that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've been retained by the developer to complete the civil engineering on this project as well as the permitting through the city of Wilmington and the state of North Carolina. As discussed by Mr. Potter, the project encompasses 2 adjacent parcels which are located at 4950 Holly Tree and 340 Westchester Road, comprising 7.31 acres of total property. So one parcel is about 5 acres, the other parcel is about 2 acres. They will be recombined as one parcel as part of this project. So we'll have a total project area of about 7.31 acres. Both parcels are currently zoned R15, and there is no change to the zoning of R15 for those parcels. The project site has access to public water and sewer provided by the Cape Fear Public Utility Authority, has access to power infrastructure provided by Duke Energy, and will extend gas service provided by Piedmont Natural Gas from Holly Tree Road onto the site. So with those kind of the base ability for the project to be served by the utilities, I'm going to go through just a couple of other specific site items. For stormwater management, the site generally, in the existing condition, generally drains from south to north. So that's from the property, the adjacent property side. Oh, there we go. From the pretty much planned south towards the north, towards the existing wet detention pond and Holly Tree Road. The pond discharges through an outlet structure connected to the existing storm drainage network in Holly Tree Road, so it has adequate ability for stormwater outfall into the city's stormwater drainage network. As part of the site development, we've tried to maintain the site drainage patterns as much as possible. We will be upgrading the storm drainage system, adding additional drop inlets and collection boxes, and essentially taking all of our runoff to the north side of the property to an expanded wet detention pond that will be brought up to current city standards. So this pond was originally designed for a 1-inch storm. The site currently sits in it's the Hewlett's Creek watershed, which is an SA watershed, has a 1.5-inch storm requirement for new developments. We will be bringing the pond up to those standards, including a 4-bay vegetated filter at the outfall, level spreader, all the things that are currently not there on the site. So all of the impervious on this site will be collected in the storm drainage network and conveyed to the modified wet detention pond. We will be treating it at 1.5 inches, as well as making sure that there is no flooding in the structures or flooding in Holly Tree Road as a result of the site improvements. We will maintain the existing 2-year, 10, and 25-year storm events as per the city codes, which will essentially maintain the current drainage pattern for the site as if there were no change in the development. So with a development like this, if we add additional impervious, we are going to still keep the peak flows into the city storm drainage system consistent with what we see right now. So none of our site is going to be draining off-site towards any of the adjacent property owners or towards Westchester Road. Everything is curb and gutter, drop inlets to take it all back towards the north and have it treated through the modified wet detention pond. For traffic, the existing traffic to the site is based on ITE code 490 for multi-purpose recreation, comprised of 10 tennis courts. The existing average daily trips are 303 with a PM peak of 21 trips. The proposed traffic is based on the same ITE code, comprised of 2 tennis courts, 10 outdoor pickleball courts, and an indoor recreational facility. The proposed average daily trips are 364, which is an increase of 61 daily trips. Additionally, our project will add 16 AM peak trips and 26 PM trips. Now, none of those numbers are warranted for any type of additional traffic impact analysis per the City of Wilmington standards. So no additional traffic counts on Holly Tree or Wallington Road have been requested by staff, and no additional traffic studies have been conducted, but the amount of the increase in those the traffic count is well below the standards for a traffic impact analysis. As Sam kind of alluded to, we are adding a significant more amount of parking. Right now, the site has one concrete parking lot and kind of an informal gravel parking lot. I estimate probably a total of about 40 to 50 spaces that you could fit people in there. So we are proposing 139 parking spaces for this site with the addition of the indoor courts and the outdoor courts and the expansion of the clubhouse. We could add up to 189 spaces, but we're not trying to go to the maximum of what's allowable on site. We're just going to 139 out of that 189 that's allowed. Sam also hit on the fact that we are extending the sidewalk. It ends currently on the south side of Wallington Road at the existing driveway. We'll be extending the sidewalk from the existing driveway all the way to Holly Tree Road, as well as replacing the accessible ramp at the corner of Holly Tree Road in Wallington. And then on the far south side of the plan down there at Kirby Smith, we will be including a connection, which is kind of right now an informal trail that goes through the site. We are going to maintain that connection through the site. So essentially, we will have a sidewalk network that goes all the way from Kirby Smith to Holly Tree Road through the site. There'll be sidewalks connecting the entire site, past the indoor pickleball, past the clubhouse, through the parking lot, and then all the way down to Wallington Road near the outdoor pickleball court. So we are incorporating a site pedestrian network through there, as well as proposing 20 bike racks to encourage people to, or allow people that want to bike to the site to have somewhere to park their bikes. Tree preservation, the existing site is comprised of 2 parcels, as I said. The 2-acre parcel that is on the right-hand side of your plan is predominantly wooded. Some pine types, and a few scattering oaks. We are proposing, as part of this project, it's in the CAMA watershed protection overlay district, so it has a maximum impervious percentage of 25%, but it can go up to 50% with the exceptional design criteria in the code. So right now, as part of the development, we are keeping about 60% of that existing wooded parcel as woods, with no really, under the current code, no ability to expand any type of development any farther to the east towards Westchester or Lancaster Road. So there'll be a significant buffer there between that final parking lot and the adjacent houses that are right on there. Additionally, we are adding a Class B buffer around all of the residential properties between our parcel and the residential properties. So that's essentially the west, south, and east sides. Everything that's shown in light green on your image there will be a Class B buffer, which is plantings and a 6-foot tall wooden fence. So that will provide additional buffering between the, an increase in intensity for this use and the existing residential facilities. It'll help block traffic, or headlights, noise, as well as kind of keep any pedestrian movement on the site through designated pedestrian routes. And finally, the last thing I'll talk about, and I touched on it, is the exceptionally designed project. Since we are in a CAMA watershed protection overlay, we are restricted to essentially a 25% impervious area. The project currently is 35% impervious, and we are proposing to go to about 45% impervious, and you can go up to a maximum of 50% using the exceptional design criteria in the land development code. So the project is proposing an increase from 35% to 10%, or to 45%, which is a 10% increase and requires a certain amount of points to meet the exceptional design criteria. And we are proposing to do that through a few different things, like installing a pollinator garden, and then proposing over 50% of the site driveways, parking lots as pervious pavement to also assist with the stormwater management and reducing some of the runoff from the impervious area. So with just those highlighted points, this project is going to be designed to meet all the codes, regulations, and specifications of the city of Wilmington using updated stormwater management, exceptionally designed, and improved traffic flow through the site and pedestrian access. The site should meet the needs of future users, and will have limited impact on the infrastructure in the vicinity of the project. So I'll be happy to take any questions if you have them.
Mr. Loretta, currently the site is covering 25%, or is it 35%?
The site is currently 35% impervious.
35, so you're increasing it by 10.
By 10%.
45.
45%.
And you're using the land development code that says that with the exceptional design being the impervious parking concrete or whatever you're going to use for that application. And on the stormwater pond, what else are we going to do in the stormwater pond?
Well, the stormwater pond right now is just an existing, just a single basin without a forebay, without a filter at the outfall. So we're going to upgrade the stormwater pond to include a forebay, which helps with the settling of suspended solids, which is what transports the phosphorus and the nitrogen through the system. So by the addition of a forebay, you get additional settling of the solids. And then through the main bay, you get additional treatment, as well as the third part of that treatment train is through a level spreader, which slows the water down, spreads it out, and allows it to flow through a vegetated filter.
So currently, right now on the site, all of that is transferred to that pond that's adjacent to Holly Tree?
Correct. And right now, it's just a pond, no forebay, no level spreader, no vegetated filter strip. It was only designed for a 1-inch storm.
And that, in the new design standard would be the 25?
Yeah, well, yeah, for water quality, it would be 1.5 inches, which is an increase of a half of an inch over all of the impervious area. And then the city's water quantity requirements are up to a 25-year storm event now.
Okay, and total parking spaces current are 139?
The proposed is 139. Currently, I would say is around 50. It's kind of an informal gravel lot, so it doesn't have markings or anything like that. And like Sam said, the overflow parking for the events right now go to Holly Tree Elementary School, and people walk through those goat paths to get to the site. And as neighbors have said, they've witnessed people parking on the street. I have not seen that, so I can't attest.
Okay. All right. And the current site total is 7.3 acres?
As the two parcels combined, yes.
Okay. All right. And total trips right now, you're saying there are 303?
303, yes. And that was...
And you're projecting 364?
364, correct.
Okay.
And those numbers were run through the MPO. And
Is that based primarily on the courts themselves? Obviously, you're going to have courts here, but you're also going to have an upgraded clubhouse where people can kind of hang out. Is that taking all that into consideration? Is it based on parking spaces, membership? What would that kind of be based on?
With this ITE code, which is the Transportation Engineer's Guidebook, it's based off of the use as a private recreational facility, which is mainly focuses on the courts. There was no provision in there for the clubhouse as part of it, because the assumption is that members are coming to the courts to participate in recreational activities, and that's what's driving traffic to the facility.
Okay. So you're using a TI, not a TI, but an MPO formula to determine the traffic number?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, it's strictly a mathematical formula. Like I said, there was no traffic study, traffic counts, or anything of that nature to base. This is obviously done from research, that they come up with formulas based on the use that they apply across the entire U.S.
And one other thing, on the clubhouse, and maybe you can address this, on the clubhouse, which is currently a small little, not a real big clubhouse, but you're kind of enhancing it. You're going to a 2-story clubhouse?
Correct.
How many more square feet are you adding to that clubhouse?
I'm gonna have to kind of guesstimate, because I don't have it right in front of me. I think we're going from probably around 3,000 to I think it's 6,900. It says, it should say, and that's just bird's eye view. I'm an engineer. I don't deal with like gross square footage typically of like heated square footage or anything like that. I look at everything from just the top down. And so we're going from, a 3,000 square foot box to maybe a 7,000 square foot box.
And would there be kitchen facilities or anything in that?
That is currently what's proposed in the architectural drawings, yes.
Is that currently in there now? Is there any kind of kitchen facilities in that facility now?
There's a small kitchen.
Small kitchen, okay, all right. Any other questions for Mr. Loretto? Yes, sir.
You mentioned the parking, and I wrote down the number. You said 139 spaces, and you did say that you don't think there'll be any parking on Wallington, right? Is that what I heard you say? Or on the street?
My plan does not take into account any parking on Wallington, and I would not recommend it nor suggest that that's anything that our project is going to do. What I was usually dealing with the city and parking is that they don't want you to max, you get kind of a benefit for not doing a whole lot of parking. Obviously in the kind of the outside of the downtown area, the parking is necessary, but the project per the city code could put in 189 spaces. We just, that's a balance between the amount of impervious that the site can actually be put on, that can be put on the site. So essentially, based on the current code, it could be 189 spaces. We're doing 139. That's about an increase of about 90 spaces over what's there right now. And the site is 50% is essentially the maximum that could go there. So there's opportunity that it's going to grow is kind of what I was trying to get across, is that this is what you see here is what it might look like for another 30 years.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
And now, Mr. Mayor, anyone else that was determined, the three individuals who are determined to have standing have an opportunity to ask any questions of this witness if they want to.
Yeah, any one of the individuals that have been deemed, yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am, come on
You
up.
can, yeah.
All right, so I did have to pull some notes to try to stay on track, just to keep panic at bay. Obviously, sound is the first and foremost. I would ask that you require them to maintain the verbiage of the equipment they plan to use for the sound control, because I have not heard that verbiage here about the NASA sound system, but that is what sound equipment that you guys mentioned last time. So I don't know if that's the same thing that you're putting in.
Dan will have to speak about that when it's his opportunity
Okay.
to talk about that, yeah.
And then I don't know if I'm allowed to speak on this because I didn't think of this earlier. I would like to ask that walking path is staying public. Is that how that is going to work? Because that connects the two neighborhoods. Kids from Holly Tree Elementary School walk through there. I walk through there. Other neighbors have walked through there. It connects both, I think, the Kirby Smith neighborhood and my neighborhood. And the members, I have multiple members as friends who have said that that was one of their favorite features of the club, was that non-members could walk through, watch them play, talk to them. They wouldn't get the benefits of the club. And this crew scoffed at me for even implying that it could be kept public when it's been that way for 30 years.
Ms. Bischoff, could you show us on the map?
So it is the path that they have brought around the building through the sidewalks, and then it comes over to Holly Tree.
Do you have a pointer? Dylan, can you help her? There it is, there it is.
So that was one of my earliest complaints, so I'm glad that they've kept it. I would like to require that it continues, because as our city, we have built bike paths to connect everybody, but those bike paths are not finished, and kids do in fact walk from Holly Tree, and I actually regret not reaching out to Holly Tree to speak on this subject. I realized that a little too late, but it absolutely has been a very good thing for both of those neighborhoods, and I feel it would be detrimental to take it away, along with the swimming pool that the neighborhood kids have always had access to have a summer pass to, that they are now removing that pass.
Okay.
So I just want to make sure you're aware of that.
So is the question, ma'am, whether or not that path is remaining public?
Correct.
I wouldn't say that it's public right now. It's just probably tolerated.
Are you removing access to that path?
Currently, we are showing a connection to Kirby Smith. I can't make a statement.
Everybody's speaking to the microphone.
Yeah,
when
sorry.
the person asking the question, the person responding to
I
the question.
can't make a statement right now on whether or not there is going to be what you're asking for, a public access easement running through the entire site right now, I can't make a statement to that. That'll have to come down to the legal and the owner's
Okay.
willingness to provide that. I would just say that the site, that it is currently not a public access easement or a public pedestrian easement through the site. I think it is just something that is kind of grown up with the site.
Well, yes, sir, Mr. Redmond.
But you mentioned that, I mean, at the end of Kirby Smith, I mean, is there some kind of an arrangement with Pine Valley residents that they can go back and forth through that entrance?
I think that would be something that would have to be determined.
I'm sorry, I can't hear a thing you're saying.
Sorry. That's not something that I'm willing to commit to right now. It's something
But my
I think
point
that
is, you mentioned it in your,
that we're keeping the connection open, yes, that if people, say a member was riding their bike to the site and they
okay.
wanted to access the site.
Well, you didn't say that. You just said it was going to stay open.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, it's, I'm just not making I'm not saying that it is public access right
Okay,
now.
I understand. I just want to be clear.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I was also informed that the lights only stay on until 9, not 10 p.m., and I have never noticed them past 9 p.m. being on. So I felt like that was inaccuracy on their part. I also would like to implore that the restaurant does not go in, and I would say that I do qualify as that. My boyfriend owns a restaurant. He's owned 2. The trucks that come in and out of those restaurants are very large. They are very noisy, so that will be a noise issue. And now you're going to add a lot more kids walking through this neighborhood if they cannot access that path to get to the other one, and those trucks can be a danger. There is also grease traps. When grease traps are being emptied, it is very stinky. It is also very loud, and I would like to question where these big rig trucks are going to be delivering those foods, because even a very small restaurant requires a very large truck at least once to twice a week. And if they have this many members, then that would be an issue. And I do know that there is alcohol on premise this close to an elementary school, and now you're going to add an undetermined amount of people coming and going, and the math on how many people per court based off the parking doesn't add up, because there are 4 people per court, let alone if somebody waiting. And then, and I've already forgot the last one, but
Mr.
there we
Mayor,
go.
if
Go ahead.
if I may, I don't mean to interrupt, but this is just for specific questions for this witness
Yeah.
about
For
his
the,
testimony.
Ms. Bischoff, his presentation was based on the engineering, the civil engineering and the layout.
So where
that
would
you
the
see.
trucks, where would these
So
big
you
trucks
have
come
to
and go
ask
from?
your question, would have to be specific to that. Yeah, that's right, you would have to
Sure, I'll
ask.
be happy to answer that. Obviously, sorry, not obviously, but the site driveways are designed to the City of Wilmington standards, and so delivery trucks will be able to come in either one of the 2 driveways, the existing one and a proposed one, and circle through the site. All of those site radiuses are designed so that a large vehicle can manipulate through there, and then they will unload in the parking lot in front of the clubhouse. So,
And I would argue that the entrance to my neighborhood is not equipped for that at all. There is no light on Holly Tree. How is that going to happen? And then you want to add X amount of members with alcohol. So do the math. It doesn't work.
Okay,
I'm sorry, it doesn't.
all right. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'm done.
Thank you. Yes, yes.
Yeah, I was just gonna say what Meredith chimed in and said that she wasn't asking questions. She was just kind of going on a little tear and then imploring things, and I don't know if we can do that. You can't implore. No, but then you use the term, you're imploring what you want them to do. So I don't think it's that type of a session where you can where you can bargain with what.
Okay.
No, I'm not even talking to you at this point right now, ma'am. I'm just.
Please sit down. Yeah, okay. Meredith, please reel me in on that thing, please. I understand what you were saying. So specific to the members that have standing, as each expert witness gives their testimony, you have a right to ask them specifics about their specific testimony pertaining to this. And anything that comes into mind that may be an opinion, we're going to have to, we're not going to be able to take it into testimony. So please, specific to the issue. So she asked the question specifically into the circulation issue in regards to truck traffic that would come in there. And to that point, Mr. Loretta, the driveway cuts, I know that there's an existing driveway cut that's currently there now. What is the width of that driveway?
It's about 36 feet right now.
And you're proposing to keep that driveway at 36 feet?
Correct.
The secondary one that is further up that road, that second one, how wide is that? Or
That's
what is it?
24 feet.
24 feet?
It's and they'll both be a standard City of Wilmington commercial driveway entrances with the 13-foot flare.
Okay, and another question real quick. In respect to where the restaurant or the clubhouse is going to be sitting, where are the dumpsters? Where are they going to be positioned?
Right now, as the plan was developed, they're actually in the back of the site near the...
Please use the pointer.
Yeah, oh, sorry. I need to go back. Yeah, there we go. Right in here, if you can see that.
Where the arrow is there, that's where the dumpsters will be located?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's really the one of the only places that is really accessible by a vehicle of that size, of a trash truck.
Okay. And that currently, that service is being provided by the city of Wilmington, or is that a private hauler that's taking that stuff up? Do we know?
About what's currently?
And the reason I say that is we get complaints about noise in respect in the early morning hours where the trash trucks are coming in to pick up these dumpsters, sometimes at 5 in the morning or 6 in the morning.
Oh, I know.
And they're violating the city's ordinance of when it starts, which I believe is, I forget what the time is.
7 o'clock, I believe.
7 o'clock. So they're coming in at 5 and 6 in the morning and picking this stuff up and clamming it. And so that's why I'm asking, is it a private service that would be maintaining this dumpster, or is it a city service, a city trucks? Do we know? Because that would pertain to noise to me. I'm just curious.
At this time, I don't know if it's a city service or a private service.
Okay.
That serves it.
Since it's a private lot, you have the right to do that. So I'm just curious. Okay. Thank you. Mr. Spears, I believe, did you have, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Ms. McIntyre, do you have a question that you'd like to ask Mr. Loretti that's pertaining to the engineering, the civil engineering that he has shared with us, ma'am? Thank you, ma'am.
I wanted to ask him about the restaurant and how many members they think they were having, and then my main one was with the traffic. And he said the traffic influx would not increase that much, but I live on Lancaster, and there's traffic all day long, and it's really a one-way street, and when you turn into Wallerton, it's only a 2-lane street.
So your question is to Mr. Loretta is
Yeah,
the amount of
about
the traffic. Okay.
And also, Holly Tree is a 2-lane street, and it's only homes all the way down Holly Tree until you get to the church. So where is all this traffic? Otherwise, where would all this traffic be? You said it wouldn't be there. And I do know of them having traffic out on the street, parking. I went one Sunday morning, and I had to go in and ask them to stop parking on the street, and the next time I had to call the police.
So your concern is with the traffic. Could you address?
All
Could
that
you?
traffic in that restaurant.
Yeah.
And the restaurant.
Can he please respond to the question so that we can break this up into
Yeah. Yeah. Your question, Mrs. McIntyre, is based on the traffic.
Traffic and the restaurant and the alcohol. all of that.
Well, he's only addressing the civil engineering, so
Yeah,
he can't
I
answer
can't.
that about that, but can you answer the question about the traffic, please, sir?
So what I think you are asking is where are all the people that are coming to the club going to park?
Not park, coming in per se, traveling on Holly Tree, then coming up to Wallington. Where is all this traffic?
The traffic that's generated.
This is resident area. Holly Tree residence, a school, and a residence at Westchester.
Yes.
Which is a small neighborhood. So where will this traffic that coming into your club, into the club, how's all that gonna be maneuvered? Because there's not traffic lights up there. So where's all the traffic? How's that traffic gonna be maneuvered?
Okay.
That's what I want to know.
Well, I can't speak specifically of how people are going to get to the site. From experience, I would say that most people are going to travel down Holly Tree Road and onto Wallington Road to access the site, since that is the quickest way to get there by public street. About the other topic that you had about people coming down Lancaster and driving and traffic through the neighborhood,
Yes.
that's
And people do that. They leave the club and they do come down Lancaster.
And I understand that, and my understanding is they are public streets
Yeah,
for
they're
people
public
to
streets.
use. But the fact of this development is strictly based on the city's standards and the city's codes for development and standard practice of traffic engineers. This site does not warrant any additional traffic studies.
Ms. McIntyre, because he's going to answer the question. You've answered the question about traffic, and you can sit right there and go ahead, sir. Finish your answering.
So what I was getting at was that the development has shown that the traffic increase of 64 trips a day is well below the standards for a traffic impact analysis. I think that's what you're asking. What you're asking of me to do is to develop a traffic impact analysis for the project. That's not warranted by the city's standards, codes and standards.
It's not warranted,
Okay.
but
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm going to have to ask. You've answered the question. She's asked the question. You've answered it.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? Specific to the civil engineering. One question, and please, for those that are going to be up here asking the questions please sit on the front row. You don't have to go all the way back.
Can I stay with the point that you're making about traffic? Okay, you say you did the studies on the traffic or how much it'll be coming in, but how can you know how much traffic will be coming in once it starts coming in? Because you got a bar, you got extra more people coming in, then you can have food trucks that's got to come in to bring in supplies, and that's anywhere from 20 to 30 feet. To get in, they got to make a turn on Wallington. Then they got to make a turn to get up into the facility. And don't you think that's going to stop and block traffic? Yes, it will. Yes, it will.
Okay. And your question, Mr. Marshall, is that you don't think it's wide enough?
No, it's not.
Okay.
That what part is not wide enough?
The
Wallington, or?
I guess the approaches coming in, the driveway approaches coming in off of Wallington, that you've identified at 30-some feet, 35 feet, and 25 feet.
Well, as I said, that the driveways are based off of the city's standards for a commercial use, which does accommodate vehicles, any vehicle that can pretty much travel on a street in the country, up to, I think it was just a WB63 tractor trailer truck that can get in through a city of Wilmington driveway. So that's why they have the 13-foot flares. That's why they have a minimum width to them. the Wallington Road is essentially 3 lanes right there with the center turn lane. It's a right-hand turn into the site, so I don't see, typically on a right-hand turn, we don't see blocking, traffic stacking on a right-hand turn, and the left-hand turn out of the site onto Wallington Road is stacking on the site. So I wouldn't agree that that would cause traffic problems on Wallington Road. I understand, I live in the city and I know that traffic is increasing. We all know that that's happening.
You gotta make that right turn.
You have to make the right turn. Well, yeah, and
Even with the trash truck, when the trash trucks come in to make that right turn, you got 2 lanes coming out and 1 lane going in. If somebody there, normally always trying to make a left turn to get on the holly tree. So what are y'all proposed to do then when the traffic is backed up?
well, that was one of the reasons we added a second driveway access to the site with the anticipation that that would allow better traffic flow through the site. Right now, you come into the site and you're kind of, it's a dead end. You've got 1 way in, 1 way out. That was really the idea of adding the second driveway as well as adding a loops throughout the entire site.
Driveway, because we didn't get no notification of anything.
The second driveway is on the far, I'll show you right here if I don't go backwards or whatever. That's a new driveway right there.
Okay, is that over by Pine Grove, by the school over there?
This is Wallington Road right
that's
here.
Wallington Road.
So there's the driveway that currently exists right now, and then this is the second driveway that is going to be added, and that's a standard City of Wilmington commercial driveway.
And still with the traffic. Our community is a cut through. And from what I'm hearing from you about the traffic, you're gonna double plus traffic that's going into that area right now.
No, not double.
You say you got 190?
300 with a 65% increase, which is about a 20% increase.
You see, you got 190 spots, so that's
Okay.
gonna be at least 200 spots.
So, Mr. Marshall, you've asked the question, he's answered it, and so it's in the record now, so whatever happens, it's going to happen. Okay, thank you. All right, anybody else? Okay, all right,
Is that it?
thank you.
Thank you.
One more question, sir.
On your site plan, the building, it doesn't say how many pickleball courts are going to be in that building.
I believe it's 10.
10,
10
so
is what we
10
did
and
the
10.
traffic, that is
With the other 10 up front.
10, yeah, 10 and 10.
Okay?
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Cal Morgan is a licensed appraiser in North Carolina. He's going to talk to you about his qualifications and provide testimony regarding whether or not the use will materially negatively impact adjoining property's value, which is one of the criteria for a special use permit.
Good evening. My name is Cal Morgan. I'm a North Carolina Certified General Real Estate Appraiser and MAI appraiser, licensed in North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, Connecticut. I've been appraising since 2007. Started my business in 2010. Got enough on the qualifications or keep going?
Thank you. I think that qualifies it.
Everybody okay with Mr. Morgan? Yes, unanimous. Proceed,
Okay, I
Mr.
produced
Morgan.
a brief letter. I'm just going to read it, and then I'll take any questions. So J.C. Morgan Company is a real estate appraisal and consulting firm based in Wilmington. Since 2010, our firm has appraised and consulted on hundreds of properties throughout North Carolina. The property types we appraise and provide consulting services for include land, residential, retail, office, special use, multifamily, mixed use, and more. Our client base consists of real estate owners, developers, banks, local and federal governments, attorneys, utility companies, and airport authorities. So I was recently engaged by the applicant to perform research and analysis that would enable me to conclude an opinion as to item C of the special use permit application. Item C states that the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or that the use is a public necessity. As my experience is in real estate valuation, I've focused my efforts there. To develop a credible expert opinion for this requirement, I've applied two methods. One, a survey of market participants, and then two, a review and analysis of residential properties located adjacent to other pickleball and racket clubs, or what we call paired sale analysis. So method one, the survey of market participants. For this, I interviewed several residential real estate brokers, each who work with well-known local real estate companies. The first broker indicated that he thought the location of the proposed project in relation to the surrounding properties would have zero negative impact on the adjoining properties. In fact, he thought of it as a positive feature when compared to what's there now. The second broker indicated she thought there would be no negative or positive impact on the value. She indicated it might be a positive feature to some potential buyers and a negative feature to others, but thought it would have no impact on the value of the adjacent properties. Third person I spoke to manages sales for one of our area's larger planned unit communities, which has numerous pickleball and tennis courts. He indicated that being adjacent to comparable pickleball facilities could be a positive factor. He did not think it had a negative impact on the property values of adjoining properties. So in summary, I interviewed several market participants, each of whom are qualified to comment on the possibility of the proposed project's impact on surrounding property values. Each of the individuals opined that the proposed project would not negatively impact the values of the adjoining properties. So method two was a paired sale analysis. So what this method is, first, locating residential properties that are adjacent to existing pickleball or comparable facilities. Second, researching those properties to determine if any have sold within the last few years. Third, comparing those sales to other similar properties that are not adjacent to pickleball facilities that have also sold. And finally, analyzing the sales of each property, compare them to each other, and determine if there is any discernible impact that the proposed project would have on the values of the adjoining properties. After reviewing almost all the pickleball facilities I could find in our local area, and then reviewing those residential sales that occurred adjacent to those facilities, I was able to find enough data sets or match paired sales that allowed me to conclude an opinion. Based on the data that I reviewed, I was unable to find any evidence that the proposed project would have a negative impact on the adjacent properties. As such, it is my opinion that the project will not have a negative impact on the values of any of the adjoining or abutting properties. And in the letters I've handed out, there's some examples of the properties, match pair sales. And I can answer any questions, of course.
Are there any questions for Mr. Morgan? I'm sorry. You can have, Ms. Bischoff, could you please come forward and specifically ask the question to Mr.
And Mr. Mayor, I'll just say that based on the comment that she just made, you can't consider her quick Google search as expert testimony on property values.
Okay.
I am aware that's not expert testimony. That's my point of saying it, is that a quick Google search by anybody can show you that property values go down. I am absolutely no expert.
Okay. Thank you.
And so I don't know that I have a question. My question, I don't feel like you, I don't know.
You don't agree with,
you don't. Do you care about my neighborhood? Do you care about my neighborhood, my people? The people that have lived there for 50 years, the gentrification of that neighborhood, do you guys actually care? Because it really doesn't seem like you do. So
Ms.
don't know.
Bischoff,
I'm sorry. Yes.
what you're saying is you do not agree with Mr. Morgan's assessment. You do not agree with Mr. Morgan's assessment. Okay.
Absolutely do not.
Very good.
I also don't understand, I'm questioning where they get their math from on the traffic, on how many people are going to be using these courts and coming and going when they will not give the math on membership. I would like to ask how many members there are going to be added.
We're going to hear that in a second,
Okay.
but you're specific to Mr. Morgan, so this is expert testimony, and you're asking the expert witness specific about his appraisal.
Yes, I would like to see the proof that you have that property value would not go up. And I also live in this neighborhood because I am not rich. I bought my house very cheap. And in the point that was brought up earlier about tax values, I have watched that neighborhood change since 1991. My school bus went through there. I have watched it get gentrified. I have watched people not be able to live there, and I'm part of it because I moved there because I can't afford to live anywhere else.
Okay.
And so.
So you're refuting his testimony. That's fine. Okay, we have it for the record, and it'll be evaluated that way. Okay. And you stand by your testimony, sir, Mr. Morgan.
I stand by it. I've done the research. I've found local sales, local matched pair sales that indicates no evidence of a negative impact on property values.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Any other questions?
Mr. Potter, are you asking for Mr. Morgan's report to be entered into the record?
Okay. The report will be into the record then. Okay. Okay, Mr. Potter?
I really do hate as late as it is because Mr. Wilcox is a scientific mastermind when it comes to sound. And I'm going to try to get him to move through his presentation. I've used him a few times in other special use permit hearings. He has a really long presentation. I'm going to try to get him to distill it down and give you his opinions. But Mr. Wilcox can tell you about himself, and he's offering opinions as it relates to sound.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
Looks like it's going to be a long night. I'm going to try and make mine as short as possible. I received my audio engineering degree in 1979, almost a little over 45 years ago. Since then, I've done hundreds and hundreds of projects all over the United States, Bermuda, Mexico, Australia, just about every type of sound engineering analysis or involvement in projects that you can speak to. My these first three slides just talk a little bit about some of that experience, and in the interest of brevity, clerk's got this presentation, so you have it a matter of record, so I won't read all the way through it. Governor's inaugural balls, national acts. I was a sound engineer for the Virginia Symphony for 6 years before moving here, and again, hundreds of different types of installations. I designed the Lost Colony Theater sound system in Roanoke, that type of stuff all over the country. So, been here 34 years, and yeah, I was with the town of Carolina Beach for 14 years. In addition to those type of sound projects, I also get asked to look at impacts on community, noise impacts on communities. So I've done a lot of that. I've done aircraft noise, go-karts, boatyards, anything that's close to a neighborhood that would create some type of a noise impact for a community. In this case, it is the pickleball we're talking about. Couple things.
Actually,
yes.
Mr. Mayor, before he goes any further, would you accept Mr.
Yes. Is
as a
everybody okay with
expert
Mr.
witness?
Wilcox? Yeah. Okay.
Thank you. Get to the analysis very quickly, but I am going to lay a little groundwork. You might know some of this stuff already, but maybe some of the folks would like to hear some of it as well. So, well, we're going to talk about what normal sound levels are, how we measure the sound levels, what is the difference between a decibel sound level and perceived loudness, and what elements are related to control and reduction of sound. And what does the analysis show? So we'll start off with the normal sound levels. You're familiar with this. This is the city of Wilmington sound requirement, 65 decibels from 7 a.m. to midnight in this district for this subject property. You also have a section in your ordinance that deals with impulse noise. We're going to talk more about this later on, but impulse noise is what pickleball noise is. It's a very sharp, very short duration sound at a specific frequency that doesn't average with the rest of the sounds. So when you say 65 decibels, you also then have to factor in the impulse noise on top of that, which we're going to do here shortly. But we have addressed the impulse noise in this analysis. Just to give you an idea of what normal sound scales are, conversation in a restaurant, office, background music, an air conditioning unit at 100 feet is about 60 decibels. Noise in your home, radio, TV, vacuum cleaner, about 70 decibels. Your noise ordinance is right in the middle at 65 decibels. If you look over to the right side where it says half as loud as 70 decibels, I'm going to explain that to you because it only went from 60 to 70, right? Or from 70 to 60, and it's now half as loud. It's because of the way sound is measured. So we measure sound in decibels. We refer to them as dBs, and it is not a linear scale. It doesn't just go linear. It is a logarithmic scale, and that's a little out of register, but based on decibel scaling, if a sound is 60 decibels and we increase it by 10 decibels to 70, we've only really increased it 17% mathematically, but we have doubled the sound level pressure. So to our ears, it sounds twice as loud, and it goes the same way in reverse. So if we go from 70 to 60, we have cut it in half. So just give you some basis for some of the stuff we're going to talk about. The difference between dB level and loudness, this comes into play on a couple of different levels. It will, again, we're going to talk more about the impulse noise. And the reason pickleball is different than tennis, let's say, and tennis and pickleball on an average are only about 10 decibel levels different on the average decibel scale, not counting the impulse noise, but about 10 decibels difference. The difference with the pickleball is that it is a very short, sharp sound at a frequency level that our ears, that is annoying to some people. It's in that 1250 megahertz frequency where tennis balls are, when you strike those, are down in that 200 to 400 hertz. It's a much lower frequency. So the perception of loudness, sometimes it's not louder, it's just a different frequency that catches our attention, or maybe for some people is more annoying. We're going to talk about a little bit of that too. Elements related to sound reduction, and this is largely what the presentation is based on, is how we're going to take that pickleball noise and reduce it to a point where it's not only well within the limits, but that it's a comfortable level. So these are the sound reduction elements we have available to us to work with. Distance is one. Trees and shrubbery buffers have a sound reduction quality. We can minimize reflective surfaces. Ground cover itself, we're going to talk about that. Changes in ground elevation. Buildings or hard barriers like fences, and equipment choices. We're going to talk about those fairly quickly. Basic sound engineering for sound propagation is how we reduce sound levels over distance. We use the inverse square law. So the law says that doubling the distance from a noise source reduces sound pressure level with 6 decibels. So every time you double the distance, you reduce the sound level by 6 decibels. And that looks something like this. I looked at a couple of different studies that have been done in California on pickleball courts, engineering studies, and I went out and did 3 different visits to measure pickleball courts, and I found my numbers were right where their numbers were as far as the average gameplay for decibel level. Recreational pickleball game ranges from about 85 to 95 decibels. Again, we're talking about average noise levels. So if we use that inverse square law, we start at 95 decibels right here. At 2 feet out, it's reduced naturally to 89 decibels. If we double that to 4 feet, it's reduced another 6 decibels to 83. And if we double 4 feet to 8 feet, it's reduced to 77. That's the example. If we run that basically on a spreadsheet and we go 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, every time we double it, it goes down 6 dB. So it's not rocket science and it's not guesswork. It's just math. If I run it through the computer on my audio engineering program, just as an example, you can see that when I did it longhand, using the basic rules, 64 feet, starting at 95 decibels, 64 feet out is 59 decibels. On the computer, it came up with 58.9. So it's pretty accurate. The property I based my analysis on is the closest property to the pickleball court. It's 33 feet from the closest play point on the pickleball court to the property line. And it's about another 31 feet to the house, but the ordinance wants us to be at the sound level at the property line. And this is how that breaks down. We've got about 8 feet from where that arrow is, which is to the right side of the play position. The closest point to the house is about 8 feet to the fence that's around the pickleball court. Then we've got 10 feet from the fence to the tree buffer, where there's another fence, and then we've got a 15-foot vegetated tree buffer. That's what makes up the 33-foot distance. So we're right in here. We're looking at that 33 feet back at the 65 decibels. We're going to be just barely under 65 decibels, which is bumping right up against the ordinance, okay? So now what we need to do is we need to take all the rest of the sound reduction elements that are available to us. And if we look at some noise studies that the U.S. Forestry Service and the federal and state departments of transportation rely on for trees and shrubbery, what they say is that a moderate density 16-foot deep tree belt will reduce sound by about 10 decibels. So we have that 15-foot tree buffer, which is a foot less. So we're going to be relying on that to be reducing sound, and we're going to talk about that. It also says that just going across soft ground, across the lawn for 50 feet, we'll lose another 10 decibels in addition to this is in addition to the distance reductions. So that, I don't think I have an arrow there. So what you see on the left is the owner's property line. That's the tree buffer on the owner's property line side, and there's an elevation change there as well. And then on my right side, is a wooden fence, and you can see that pretty thick tree buffer that runs along behind that fence right there. So we're going to be looking at a couple of these things. Now, the state and federal engineering study said 10 dB, so I'm placing about an 8 dB value on this. I'm trying to be a little conservative. Ground cover and turf, we have that. It's helping us, but I'm not counting it. Changes in elevation, we have that too, and I'm not counting that. And minimizing reflective surfaces, we don't have any harmful reflective surfaces like another building or something where sound would bounce off of and ricochet over. So that's beneficial to us. In addition to the distance, the tree shrubbery buffer, we have some barriers. We've got this fence, which if you look at some of the studies that are done by the Transportation Bureau, fences can reduce sound by between 6 decibels and 50 decibels. So if you go down the highway sometimes, you see those big, tall concrete fences and barriers. Those are for sound reduction. So I placed a value on this shadow box fence at about 6 dB. And then we've got another fence that's going to be erected right there around the racquetball court, which will be 10 feet. And it'll be covered with a product called Acoustablock. The Acoustablock product is made specifically for this purpose. And it offers another 10 to 12 decibel level reduction to get through that material. And I went out and measured some of these differences at another place that has Acoustablock, and I found that exact variance there. So the last thing that's available to us, and perhaps one of the most important, is the equipment choices. There are new paddle balls, or paddle ball equipment. Is new paddle ball equipment out that reduces sound by 10 decibels. It's a different type of paddle. It's a different type of ball. But more importantly, it changes the frequency from 1250 hertz down to 600 hertz, which is a much less sharp frequency, and it's not quite as short and sharp of a sound. It's much less offensive, so to speak, than the 1250 hertz. So it eliminates that high frequency popping. So we're looking at that as one of the sound reduction options that's available to us. So what's the analysis show? Those are the reduction factors. We had a 30 dB deduction in distance alone. It went from 95 to 65 and at 33 feet. We're going to have another 10 dB in quiet play equipment, 10 dB in Acoustablock, and 6 dB on shadow box, and 8 dB on the tree shrub buffer. And here's how that would break out. You have to do that. You can't just add it up like that. You actually have to go where those elements are, where the Acoustablock is, where the quiet paddles are going to be, where the shadow box fencing. So we start out at the top at 95 dB, and then we go immediately, we're using the quiet paddles, so we're down to 85 dB right there. We go 2 feet, we're 79, 4 feet, we're 73, 8 feet, we're 67. At 8 feet, we're at the 10-foot fence where the Acoustablock is. We lose another 10 dB. We go to 16 feet, we lose another 6 dB, and that's where the shadow box fence is. So we take that 6 dB advantage. And then we go out to 32 feet, we lose another 6 dB, plus we now hit the tree buffer, the 15-foot tree buffer. So the analysis on average sound, not the impulse sound, is somewhere in that below 40 dB, 30 plus dB. Impulse sound is generally, in all the studies that I've seen, in measurements I took, runs about 10 to 15 dB higher. It's a very short sound, but it's about 10 to 15 dB higher than the average sound. So if we add 10 to 15 dB there, even though we're using a different paddle with different frequencies, but if we took worst case and added that 15 dB, 10 dB would be 43, we'd still be under 50 dB at the property line based on these numbers.
Yes, sir.
So 10 to 15 dB, 10 to 15 dB above average, right? Is that what you just said?
For the impulse port of it, based on...
Right,
yeah.
wait. Times 10.
What?
10 chords.
Doesn't work like that. This is based on distance.
No,
I took the worst case scenario.
But it's the same sound, it's the same frequency multiplied.
And it's well below the required sound level. It doesn't matter. So as an example, if you listen to a sound spectrum, if you're outside and you're listening to jets flying over and cars going by and kids playing in the street and air conditioners going off, all those things are in the spectrum. They all are making noise. We can hear them all, but they're all within the required sound levels. This is no different. As long as we're within the required sound levels, that's the important part. As these paddle ball impacts, when they strike the ball, get further from where we are, the noise is even less. Sure, there's more impulse sound, but it's still within the required sound. It's well actually below the required sound levels.
But that's what you're supposed to say as an expert, sir. No disrespect.
No, it was a good
to
question.
Your expertise. But I'm saying as a resident, so you know the first pop from the paddle, and then you turn your TV back up to hear your show. Then the next pop, and the next pop, and the next pop. So you know they have a valid concern about noise and noise pollution.
Well, what we're dealing with are the city's noise requirements, and I'm trying to address those. And I think the noise reduction factors that we've used are all accurate. And if we look at a couple of other things, since you mentioned it, if you look at averages for tennis play and pickleball play, the average sound difference is about 10 decibels, from 45 to 55. If you go to the extremes of both of those, it can be 20 decibels between them. So right now they've got tennis play out there without these sound reductions that we're talking about, that will be loud, that is louder than what the pickleball will be once the sound reductions are put in. Additionally, if we look at swimming pool play, and there's a swimming pool out there, an open swimming pool with 25 children in it, 20 feet away, the peak decibel level is 78 decibels. The average is 68, minimum 62. So you can see that, you know, it's kind of annoying too. I've lived places where I had kids in the backyards on trampolines, and they're having a big old time, and those voices and those screeches and everything, they go on for a long time. Yeah, they're annoying, but they're loud. They're within the noise ordinance.
And it's going to be a little more annoying when you know the neighborhood kids aren't in the pool. So
well, I'm going to make some recommendations here that I think the owner developers have agreed to these. Restricted play hours, no early morning, no late evening. Recreational play only, and this is a big one because those noise factors that you're talking about, that I'm talking to answer your question about, those are not recreational. Those are tournament. Those are higher level players, so they hit the ball harder, they play harder. We're talking about recreational players are all that's going to be allowed in these courts. There won't be any tournament play or advanced play. We want to employ all the sound elements that we discussed, and I'm recommending they extend the shadow box fence another 30 feet because it just barely, right now, it just barely goes by the end of the pickleball court, and it would offer some more protection if it continued down another 30 feet. And that's what I have.
Mr. Wilcox, question. When you say to use all of these sound reducing items, are you also recommending the new paddle and paddle ball?
Yes, all the sound recommendations that I took advantage of are the ones that I've recommended. To my knowledge, they've agreed to all those.
And then this new paddle, I guess.
All quiet paddles. Yes, sir. Sir?
We don't have a sample of that
There was
paddle
sample
around
of the
there.
paddle.
Do we have a paddle?
Did you bring a paddle with you?
They have the paddles. I did not bring one, I'm sorry.
I can see one of those.
Mr. Ravenberg?
I play a little pickleball, and I know a lot of people that do, but you bring your own stuff to the court, so y'all are going to be providing all that. Well, isn't that great? Thank you.
They can use their own stuff in the enclosed courts. They're not going to be able to use their own stuff in the outdoor courts.
Any questions? Yes, sir, Mr.
With regards to the Acoustablock installation, you referenced a 10 dB reduction and that you had measured other, I believe you said you measured other Acoustablock
Yes.
installations. How did you measure that? Do you measure that dB on one side of the Acoustablock and then on the other?
Yeah, I measured it from the same reference distances that I used in my study right here. So I backed up 10 feet from the fence and took those measurements, and they were within a dB of the calculations that I used.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Any other questions?
Just members in the audience that have standing, do you have any questions?
With the sound barrier and the dBs, I know a little bit too. But now you say you measured from one side to the other side and you come up with the same noise. But now how can you measure that noise with 10 picoquarts going at the same time? And somebody got to win. And when they win, the human noise goes up. It's elevated. And that's all the time.
There's no question that you've always got cheering and all that kind of stuff. That's why I gave you the kind of the swimming pool, analysis. But you're going to have some cheering and stuff like that. But what I was trying to address is the most offensive noise, the most annoying noises, which are that pop, that pickleball pop with that frequency and at that decibel level. So if we eliminate that and we get everything down below the required noise levels, sure, you could have a number of courts playing out there at the same time, all within the required noise levels.
So, Mr. Wilcox, when you recommend no early morning play and no evening play, can you give me the hours, specific hours?
I don't know that
Mr. Potter, were you going to answer that question?
That's discussion for the people that
Mr. Potter's
higher
coming
pay
to,
scale than I am.
I'm just asking the question in regards to the recommendation.
It's actually at the very end of my PowerPoint presentation. I've got some proposed conditions. I think you'll see it. It's at the very end of our presentation, I've got the hours and the proposed conditions.
Okay, very good. But y'all are willing to do this?
Yeah. What I remember off the top of my head is that outdoor play will stop at 9 o'clock. The lights will turn off outdoor at night. I don't remember what time it starts. It's in the presentation though.
Okay, all right. And no tournament play?
No outdoor tournament play.
So,
The kind that makes noise.
But you will have indoor, you will have tournament play, but use the indoor facility?
I don't know how to answer the question. We didn't say we wouldn't do it. I know that seems like a weird distinction, but we don't know if there's going to be tournaments or not. We just said we wouldn't have them outdoor because of the noise associated with them.
Okay, all right.
I'm going to talk to my client, though. While you
Please do. Okay. Yeah, okay. Any other questions? Yes, sir.
Would we be able to get any kind of documentation of what they are planning to do, especially when he said about the hours,
Yes.
evening?
Yes, sir.
Because we do have a school there.
Yes, sir. At the end of this, whatever the decision of this council and whatever the particulars are, they will be part of the ordinance. They will be part of the law that governs this facility. So whatever we're talking here and whatever you're hearing would be documented, and that's the way we go. Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, Mr. Bishop.
Mr. Mayor, if your proposed ordinance, which already has these conditions included on the last page of that ordinance, does indicate that the hours of operation for the outdoor courts and related lights would be limited to 9 p.m. and the indoor facilities to 10 p.m. So I believe that that's probably reflective of what Mr. Potter has in his presentation.
Okay. Ms. Bishop, please answer the question.
Got it on track this time. 2 questions. Where are these going to be placed, and are they rated for hurricanes? Because my neighborhood is one of the #1 highest wind zones in New Hanover County.
Thank you. Mr. Wilcox? Yes.
Well, I mean, it might be for the other guy, but where will the Acoustablock be placed? Will it be visible to me?
I could show you that picture again. It'll look just like that. It'll be directly around the court itself.
Right?
And it'll be 25 feet away from the property, the closest property line.
Okay.
So do you have a site plan so you could show us where it would be, the original site plan? Mr. Potter?
Sam's got one he can show you.
Just so you can show Mrs. Bischoff where this curtain is going to be. Yeah.
So is there a pointer here?
There's a pointer right there.
So you see this pickleball court here? That outer perimeter is the 10-foot fence. So there's actually, this is a little, I don't know if it's quite accurate, but there's actually 10 feet between here and the buffer, which starts over here, and then there's another 15-foot of buffer. So it's 25 feet from that closest point. From every place else, it's much further.
I think Ms. Bischoff is asking on that curtain, the sound curtain, is it going to go all the way around those, I guess, 10 pickleball courts there in the front there?
That's my understanding, and that's my recommendation.
Okay, very good.
And then the hurricane, do we know the hurricane rating on these walls? Because I do not see any wind areas for it to go through, and I am in the #1 pretty much wind zone. And
I would think that when a hurricane is plotted, that would come down.
Yes, sir. That would be my assumption, but I haven't actually. That's a good question. But if they were mine, given what they cost, I'd be taking them down when a hurricane came.
Are they easy to take down, Mr. Wilcox?
I haven't put them up.
Huh?
I haven't put them up, so I don't know.
Okay.
But I don't have my presentation anymore. But
okay.
They're pretty basic. You know, they're strapped up with lines across the chain link fence. So.
Okay. All right.
Any other questions?
Any other questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. Mr. Potter?
All right. We have put on expert testimony from 3 people that you found to be experts that have testified about all the specifications and criteria and public safety and property values. Those are the first 3 criteria in summation. The final criteria is comprehensive plan compliance. We've got to show that the proposed use will comply with the comprehensive plan. And I hate to throw law in front of you. As you said, you're not a judge, Mr. Mayor, but Mr. Joyner is a lawyer, not a judge. What our courts have said is that if a special use permit is available in a zoning district, then it is prima facie, meaning we meet our initial standard that it conforms to the comprehensive plan. In other words, by virtue of it being even available as a special use permit, it means that it's consistent with the comprehensive plan, which kind of makes sense. Why would you allow a use by special use permit? As the mayor said in the beginning, this is different than a legislative hearing. Our obligation is to put on material competent evidence of each of the criteria, and that once we do that, we're entitled to it. It's like applying for a building permit or a stormwater permit. We have to meet criteria, and once we meet the criteria, we're entitled to the permit. I contend that we've put forth material competent evidence on each of the 4 general and 3 specific criteria. And now I know there is opposition. The opposition would have to put on their own material competent evidence. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I think there might have been a few cleanup questions that were asked, like the hours of operation, which our proposed conditions is that the outdoor pickleball and related lights will be out by 9. The indoor facility is closed at 10. I do not have a starting, but I believe we could certainly agree to something along those lines, like 8 o'clock or 8:30 in the morning as a starting time. So that's well after the trash trucks.
It said 8:30.
Well after the trash trucks that you referenced. Certainly after most people have gotten up and taken their kids to school and started heading to work, so it shouldn't impact the immediate neighbors. The other thing I'd point out is that the people that are closest to the courts are not here tonight. We've worked really hard with the people on Blue Wing, and some of, as you all know, when people support things, they don't typically come out. We've worked really hard to convince, we've had 4 public meetings, 4 neighborhood meetings. We've had 2 at the YMCA, 1 at the site, and 1 at a restaurant on Mason Borough Loop Road. We've removed the golf facility. We've added the Acoustic block. We've done all of these things in an effort to convince the neighbors that this is not going to negatively impact your day-to-day life. And I think that's why they're not here today, is the guy that's 45 feet from the pickleball court isn't here jumping up and down about noise. It's people that are several hundred feet away. So with that being said, I'll happy to answer any questions if there are cleanups that I missed. I know there were some questions that were asked that some of the people couldn't answer. I can certainly either get the right person up here or answer it.
Have you talked to the guy who is 45 feet away from your project?
Yes, his name is Jeff George. He works at Cape Fear Country Club, and I'm sure there's some members of the audience that were here at the public meetings. He has shown up, and this isn't admissible. This is really anecdotal, right? So this isn't something you could base your opinion on, but he is a vocal proponent of the project.
Okay. Thank you.
Sir, and you're telling me that you're willing to use the new paddles, the paddles that don't make, that knock down the noise level, the decibel level?
So the original plan was to use the regular paddles, but if there were complaints, we would switch over to the quiet paddles. I think the horse is kind of out of the barn on that at this point.
So you'll use the quiet paddles on the outdoor courts, on the indoor courts, I understand they're inside, what have you, but on the outdoor courts, you're using the new paddle?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So, just one question, and I guess this is more to me about the clubhouse.
Mm-hmm.
You've got 139 spaces, and you've got the 10 outdoor courts, and you'll have how many indoor courts?
Yeah, I think it's 10.
10, so you're about 20 altogether?
That's right.
20?
Two outdoor tennis courts as well, and then there's a golf simulator inside the building.
And you've got about, what, 6,000, 7,000 feet on this clubhouse?
So the aerial on the site plan, it's hard to read here. You can't really zone in, but when you're asking Mr. Loretta about it, the overview was 5,775 feet, but that is the total coverage, so that would include the porches that overhang. So it wouldn't be, you'd have to subtract whatever that
I guess my question is this. I mean, people come and go. I mean, I've seen pickleball play, and people come and they play against each other, and then they usually will leave, and, you know, another group will come in and play. Being that you're going to have a clubhouse there, you know, the human nature is, if I have time, I'll get a beer or something and watch some other people play, some friends of mine, whoever, just competition, just to see what it's like. And then depending on food and depending on whatever other events that you have here, do you think that the 139 spaces with the 20 pickleball courts and this new kind of the new clubhouse would add to people being there, where you would have a traffic, or not a traffic, but a parking issue?
So I would have to ask Mr. Loretta. I think he spoke to that, you know, we're adding 90 spaces over what's there already. And it was a balancing act. I'm just kind of regurgitating what Mr. Loretta testified to, I believe. So the balancing act, you could add another 50 parking spaces to the site by right under the code, but then you're, you know, eating up the rest of that wooded buffer. I mean, where are you going to put it on the site? And one of the things that we worked with several of the neighbors on, I can never remember the name of the road, it's in Pine Valley, Kirby Smith, was related to not having the golf facility and maintaining that vegetative buffer, and there's a huge buffer there.
I see it.
So, you know, that's really the only place that you could add additional parking.
So is this clubhouse pretty much sandwiches, and what are you going to,
I mean, you hit the nail on the head. The idea is that you go with your friends, you play pickleball for a couple hours in the afternoon, and then you go have a beer and a sandwich, or, you know, I don't know exactly what food. I don't know if it's going to be steaks or po' boys, but whatever people want, whatever the market wants.
All right, and then to Mr. Ravenbach's point and to Ms. Bischoff's point, the connection with the sidewalk through the property, you know, these are your neighbors. It's been in use for quite some time. There hasn't been any problems there. I would like to personally see that opened. I think it's only fair, and people use it, and it is a neighborhood, and, you know, you want to be good neighbors, and these people have concerns, and, you know, I think it's a fair point. What about that?
So just a question, I know you're asking me the questions, but a question back to you. What Ms. Bischoff said was that if somebody was playing there, that you could go and watch, that if you were friends with somebody playing, that's always been the case. You could always go and watch your friend. That certainly would not change because the club is open to members and their guests, right? So if you're going to watch somebody play pickleball, then you're entitled to as a guest to be there. Nothing about that is changing. I will ask my client about, I guess I'm not sure how far you want to go with that concept. Like, is that sufficient, or are you saying you want some sort of public easement?
I just think leaving it open for the public use to just walk through there. I mean, and I would imagine that if neighbors wanted to come by there and see somebody playing, you would welcome that.
Absolutely.
I wouldn't think you would chase that away.
No, absolutely. There's no, the access is not formal currently. We're proposing, as Mr. Loretta said, a formal connection on Kirby Smith where there'd be a sidewalk that leads to the road that people could access. So if there's no gate, it's not code or lock protected. But I'm certainly open to talking to my client about something that would be more palatable to the council.
Okay. We have a question here. Ms. Andrews.
In the new plan, is there a pool still?
There is.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to see. If you see the pool house, so if you're looking at the clubhouse, which is, turned kind of in a diamond shape, to the left of that, there's another structure, that's the pool house.
Oh.
And then just on the other side of that is the pool, which
see.
is where the pool's located now.
Yeah.
It's just going to be refinished.
Okay.
Any other questions? Yes, sir, Mr. Martin.
You mentioned like people can walk through, but if no one's playing on the court, you have to be a member to play. Bottom line.
Yeah, you have to be a member or a guest. So if I was a member and I wanted to invite you to play with me, you could come. You wouldn't have to be a member in order to play.
Make that clear.
No special club memberships for neighbors. Okay,
I'm sure
I was just asking the question, guys. Mr. Spears, I'm sorry. Go ahead, sir.
So we still never got the answer about the number of memberships. And we also, and I'm saying we, I don't live out there, but I do have to take this into consideration because it's been mentioned multiple times, the schools with the starting hours. So I'm gonna use Ms. Bischoff's word. I would implore that you start about 9 o'clock, where you allow parents and school buses and children to get to school and get out of the neighborhood before you have pickleballers coming in. And pickleballers get kind of crazy and they're ready to hit the courts. And so, you don't want that congestion, especially with the experts saying that, there's not going to be a significant amount of traffic added to this community, but that's questionable. So I would just think that it would be pretty smart to start at 9.
During the week, during like work days, right? Like when school's in.
Yeah, when school's in, and I probably on the weekend too. I'm not certain you want to work all week and then 8:30 or 8 o'clock in the morning you want to hear pickleball starting off, but
When it's 95 degrees outside and 90% humidity in the middle of July, I don't think too many people want to play pickleball at 9 o'clock.
But I don't, man, listen.
But that's why they got the indoor.
Yeah. Okay. Anybody else? Yeah, we're going to get to that. Anybody else? Okay.
Thank you.
Excuse me.
Yeah, you still didn't get the members' answer. Do you know?
Oh, the number of members. I don't know the number of members. I did get an answer on the restaurant. It's 50 total.
50 for the restaurant, but what do you anticipate for members? I mean, you got 10 pickleball courts inside, 10 pickleball courts outside. You got 2 tennis courts or 4 tennis courts. You got a swimming pool or 2 swimming pools.
One swimming pool.
One swimming pool. I mean, you got a lot going on, man.
A lot. Well, actually, I won't put them on the spot. Somebody made a good point. that right now you could take those tennis courts and convert them to pickleball. You know, that wouldn't require a special use permit. What
Right, you said that.
requires is enclosing it. So
We got that. We got that. But I mean, listen to us. Help us help you.
Well, you know what? You want to talk with your client, because we need to go ahead and get to the presentation from our staff.
Yes.
And then we want you to answer that question.
you want to answer to the number of members?
Please.
The cap. Okay.
Well,
Thank you.
well, thank you.
A range.
Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, we're going to have the staff presentation, Mr. Carter.
Yes, Patrick Amenity will overview this item for us.
Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council. I will do my best to be brief because a lot of the items have already been covered.
We're already here.
Again, just an overview of the site located on Holly Tree and Westchester Road. Vicinity surrounding the request. Here's some photos of the subject properties and existing conditions, some adjacent land uses. Again, here's the zoning of the area, mostly R15, with the school to the west. Again, here's a site plan. I think we've talked over that quite a bit with the existing site and the proposed changes provided by the applicant. Here's some of the building elevations provided by the applicant as well, showing the pickleball facility and the clubhouse. The site is not located within an area of opportunity on the growth strategies map. It is located along the community connector, which is Holly Tree Road. Staff evaluated the proposal for consistency with several policies of the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan. Just wanted to point out a few which are identified in the case summary. That would be policy 164, which is within commercial districts, development should be designed at a height, mass, scale, and form that's appropriate and provides a suitable transition to the surrounding areas. And infill sites within existing neighborhoods should be developed consistently with design elements of nearby structures in a manner that enhances or improves the character of the area. Since this is an evidentiary hearing based solely on the testimony given tonight, and as part of this presentation, staff does not give a recommendation for this proposal, and the 4 findings of fact are listed here and in your case summary. That concludes my presentation. I'd like my presentation and case summary be entered into the record. Happy to answer any questions that you have as well.
We will accept that, that into the record, please. Any questions of staff? We have 2 questions. We'll go with Mr. Rodenbach and then we'll Mayor Pro Tem.
After the golf.
Turn on your mic, please, sir.
After the golf segment was taken out and the existing plan came to life, was that ever considered at staff level before it became a special use permit request?
Yes, that was dating back, I believe they submitted in July of 24. That was a rezoning request, which included
the way we're looking at it tonight, basically the same plan that they've submitted tonight is what you looked at then?
That originally included the golf component.
I mean, listen to me. I'm talking about after the golf part got pulled out and it's something similar to this, did you all consider that?
Generally consistent with the plan that was provided tonight, yes, we did, yes.
Okay. And you can't make a determination or you can't make a recommendation.
Right.
And I don't know if I don't know. The conditions that Mr. Wilcox put in, what he mentioned doing the sound testimony. Right. Are you comfortable with those conditions that he mentioned? Is that something that you would like to see?
If the applicant is agreeable, I think staff would be agreeable to address some of the concerns, including the noise.
Let me ask my question this way. What kind of leeway do I have up here? I'm walking on eggshells here because I know how touchy these SUP proceedings are. Mm-hmm. If you looked at this before in this form, mm-hmm. and it was not an SUP, would you be asking for those? Is that a fair question to ask?
Yes, sir, I think so.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we would look at any conditions that would help mitigate the impacts of the surrounding neighborhoods. So things like sound and those
Okay.
impacts of the pickleball facility.
Because at the beginning
Definitely.
of your, if you go back to your initial slide, I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. The one where you got
the wheel?
Right there.
Yeah.
That's why I asked that question. In the dark blue there, what I'm seeing, that's why I'm asking that question.
Understood.
Because we still have to weigh, you know, the pros and the cons. So those conditions that Mr. Wilcox mentioned, if the applicant is satisfied with that, you'd be, because I would be.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I think that's all.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem.
Yeah, my question was exactly in line with Councilman Rivenbark, especially on this page that we're on, because I noticed that more than half, it says it's modest non-support, you know, and then the split, so that tells me that you really are not in favor of it.
We look at the comprehensive plan policies and how they kind of line up with what's proposed. So when we looked at this as it's more intense than the current use that's out there within a residential neighborhood. So that's why you see some of the modest non-support, though we do understand that you know, the investment and the need for recreation facilities is also something that's needed within the community as well. So those are the types of things that we're trying to balance. That's why you see some split policies within the policy analysis. So that's just kind of an overview of the policies within the plan, and some background at what we look at and when we try and, you know, provide that grade for each policy.
Mm-hmm. And so then when we go to the last page of your report, you're basically saying that these 4 things that they were supposed to identify, you agree that they have.
I don't know if that's something that I would necessarily speak on.
That's for you to determine. I think he's just listing these up there to show that these are the 4 things that you'll have to find.
Oh, so these are not what you're saying. This is what you're saying.
These are not their
the finding of the
conclusions.
facts. Oh,
Correct.
okay. The same. Okay. All right, I got confused on that. Thank you.
And just for clarification, so normally in a regular rezoning, we have a consistency statement that you read at the end. In this quasi-judicial situation, I've placed on each of your desks a copy of the ordinance that is in your packet that you received, and those 4 findings are listed, and so that statement that's on the ordinance will take the place of the consistency statement if you agree that those 4 things have been met. And so you've got that in front of you to refer to after you have your deliberations.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, sir.
Are there any questions from the other members that had standing?
Yes, and I'm going to ask, any parties with standing can offer their evidence or bring forward something or to ask. The 3 members, the 3 people that had any kind of.
And I think Mr. Potter's indicating he wanted to ask staff some questions.
Okay. Mr. Potter, wait a minute, Ms. Bischoff. Mr. Potter, you want to ask staff some questions?
Yeah, just a couple questions.
Okay.
I'll be really quick.
Will you please, okay, bring them up here.
Mr. O'Mahaney, the modest non-support report that you have included in your staff report, did you have access to all of Mr. Wilcox's opinions and sound evidence when you rendered that opinion?
No, that was not presented at the time.
And there is, as far as outdoor lighting, the proposed project that we're putting forth today as a special use permit has less outdoor lighting than what's on site currently. Is that right?
I have not done an evaluation of what's currently on site regarding lighting. I don't have that information.
So what's the basis of saying there would be increased lighting on the current proposal, increased outdoor lighting issues?
That would be associated with additional parking, car lights, things of that nature that have been added with the additional parking lot on site.
So that's related to the parking lot, not the courts themselves. Okay, thank you.
Did it? Yes, yes. Now, do you, the three folks that have standing, would you like to ask any questions?
On top of not answering how many memberships, which they have adamantly refused to do through every single meeting, how many staff members are we going to have and how many staff member vehicles are we going to have? And then I would like to implore that we do require that path stay available for children to walk through.
I don't believe that those are questions that staff could answer, but I don't know if Mr. Potter has been able to get an answer from his client.
Yes, on the public access to the path, no problem with that at all. And then it's 800 total memberships is the cap. We don't know, we really have no idea how many they're actually going to sell, but the cap would be 800.
How many members were I guess, at the Holly Tree Racquetball?
So Rusty's, the owner is currently here. I could, if that's important to you, he would have to testify.
It is important to me because I just want to see the differentiation.
Yeah, I think it was.
I'm curious.
Rusty, I'm sorry.
Mr. Potter, was he sworn initially? Okay.
So we've had as many as 350 members, tennis members, and about 125 swim memberships.
The total 400?
Right.
So, Mr. Potter, you're talking about capping it at 800?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have no idea how many will actually sell, but the cap would be 800.
And how many employees would you be employing at this facility? Do we know?
10.
10.
Approximately 10.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Is the 800 number 800 individual memberships, or is there a household membership option, a family membership option?
It's 800 individual people that have membership rights.
Gotcha.
I asked that same question. I didn't want to have family memberships that were 5 people, and then somehow that equates to 10, 1,000 people.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
So the memberships, just doing my math, it's almost going to double. Well, you'd hope it would double.
We hope it doubles, yeah. Okay. But, I mean, there's some specifics about the way the business operates, right? Like, for instance, you reserve your time to play pickleball on an app. So you're not going to have a bunch of people standing there thinking they're going to play at 9 o'clock. You reserve court number 1 or court number 7 or whatever. So that's, you don't want a whole bunch of people standing around.
In and out. I got you. Thank you.
The 10 employees is kind of throwing me off. Again, you got too much going on just to have 10 employees. 2 10-court pickleball courts. 2 different indoor, outdoor, tennis, swimming, golf simulator, a restaurant. That's a lot going on. It is. I think you're going to need more than 10 people. So you're going to, wait staff, I don't know, towel people, maintenance. It's a lot. You may want to reconsider that number.
Are there any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
How many current members and of the 800 members would you expect to be from my neighborhood? Because as far as I know, the cost involved would not be anything anybody in my neighborhood can or will be able to afford. I guess the number
Question.
is 0.
Is that a related, Is that a related question?
It's related to the.
It is related. I cannot afford to go there. It will not benefit me. It will not
That's to the
benefit my
mayor.
neighbors.
I'm speaking to the mayor.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, based on the club membership, yeah. But I don't know how many members are from the community.
I don't
Mrs.
know
Bishop.
if that's specifically related to one of the factors that you're going to
Right.
have to find, though.
All right, okay, all right. Any other questions? Okay. I am going to close the quasi-judicial hearing at this
Actually,
time.
Mr. Mayor, I apologize.
Please.
I think that the members of the public who were qualified to have standing need to have a chance to actually make their statements if they believe like they have any specific other evidence.
Okay. If members of the public that have been sworn in, that have standing, if they want to make a statement.
If they want to present any actual factual type evidence.
Madam Attorney,
Yes,
when
sir.
they start to speak, if there's not factual, will you make certain that they understand that, please?
Yes, sir. And ma'am, as you come up, you're not allowed to just give opinions as to whether or not you want the project or you don't want the project. You're going to have to tie it to specifically what would impact your property and how, to the actual SUP process.
With the project there pertaining to start with, like I said, it's the noise level, because we hear noise. We can hear a noise from Hargreaves band in school. And with the cafe, the restaurant they're preparing, that would be more people coming in, more traffic. You're talking about 400-some people already, and this will double. And this will not be a safe street from Holly Tree to Wallington for the cars that's coming and the children that are walking. And if they're selling alcohol in this restaurant, that's something else to be viewed on. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? Okay. Madam Attorney, I'm going to close the public hearing now. Am I okay?
Well, it's not actually was there any rebuttal evidence by Mr. Potter to anything? And I would just ask, I believe that Mr. Potter also had a PowerPoint presentation. Did you want to offer that into evidence?
Yes, I think we need to clarify the conditions as well.
Yes, sir. And so can his PowerPoint presentation be offered into evidence?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you can close the quasi-judicial hearing, and then we can go over the 4 findings, and you can start your discussion.
Okay, very good. All right, well, I'm going to close the quasi-judicial hearing at this point in time, and Madam Attorney, you're going to go over the 4 findings, please?
Mr. Mayor, I'm sorry. Meredith, I could not hear clarity. What was you saying about the attorney's PowerPoint? Because I don't have that, so can you repeat that?
I believe that Dylan has a copy of the PowerPoint that Mr. Potter used, and he'll need to provide it to the city clerk so that that can be entered into the record.
Thank you, because I didn't receive it. Thank you.
Also, Mr. Wilcox's testimony, as well as Mr. Morgan's testimony?
Yes, I got copies of those. I just didn't get the PowerPoint. Thank you.
Very good. Okay.
Yes, sir. As I mentioned previously, the 4 findings of fact are in your ordinance that you've got. Number 1, that the use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if it's located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted and approved by the issuance of the special use permit. The second is that it meets all required conditions and specifications. The third, that it won't substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property. And the fourth, that the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will be in harmony with the area in which it's to be located and in general conformity with adopted comprehensive plans. I would like to clarify that you discussed several conditions and the potential of adding those conditions as well. So I just want to verify with you. One was to, the first number that I heard, I know Mr. Spears mentioned 9 o'clock, but the hours of beginning operation for the pickleball courts, I believe Mr. Potter said that his client would agree to a beginning hour of 8:30 a.m. And I wanted to just question if that was correct. Okay, because we can add that to condition number 9, which is on the ordinance.
So what time is it?
8:30, it would be 8:30 in the morning unless council wants to request something different, but he indicated that his client had already agreed to 8:30 in the morning throughout the week.
I believe, you know, he kind of rebutted a little bit about on school days, 8:30. As a pickleball player, I'd like to get in there on weekends as early as I can.
Okay.
So, I do. I mean, okay.
School days and what, excuse me, Ms. Spears, what did you say?
Okay. Okay, but the bottom line is weekends, I wouldn't limit them to having to start that late. That's all I'm saying.
And then there was another question about, did you want to add a condition that specifically indicated, number one, that the sound reducing paddles would be used outside? Is that correct?
Yes.
And then that would be condition 11. And then did you want to add did you want to include the 800 membership cap in the actual ordinance or not?
Yes.
If so, that would be condition 12.
Yes.
And so those would be the conditions as I've heard discussed so far, Mr. Potter. And I believe Mr. Potter is nodding that his client is okay with those.
And no tournament play.
No tournament play outside.
Yeah.
Is that correct? Okay. Okay, thank you. And so those would be the terms that you would be discussing right now, in addition to the ones that are in there. And then it's up to your, I started to say
Wait a
up
minute,
to
wait a
your
minute,
honor.
and one more, the access for the kids to walk through they've agreed to that.
Open access to the walkway.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Anything else, council? Questions?
So the clarity, there's no clarity on the starting time, because I said 9. Attorney Potter is saying 8:30. He's nodding for 8:30. So are you opposed to the 9 o'clock start time?
Or would you be okay to 9 o'clock during the week?
During school hours, during school days.
A lot of my clients I have to have these really long conversations with, but he's a business guy, so he just says, just do it. And he said 9 o'clock during the week is fine.
Okay.
All right, I'll add that.
Okay.
And so the question is there any further council discussion? And then if not, if someone is in favor of the motion, they would need to read the statement that's in the ordinance that I provided to you. If you are voting for whatever reason to not approve the ordinance, then you would need to state which of those factors you believe is not met and make a finding of fact about that.
So, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
So we can't ask the members of the community that are here, are they okay with the terms that we've put in?
Well, we've closed the public hearing. I guess you can
Well,
ask them.
Yeah, so we can. I mean, with what you all have heard from what we started with until now, are you okay with the 9 o'clock start time, the open access, the sound barriers, the 800 member cap?
They got a problem with the cap. Okay. Okay.
I'm sorry, if there's going to be any additional testimony, we need to reopen the public
Yeah.
hearing.
Yeah. Okay. What do you want to do? Okay. Yeah. Okay. You ready to vote? Yeah. Are there any other questions?
I got a question, yeah. And we're discussing it now, right?
Yeah.
Okay, and my question is, I think they improved 1A, B, and C. D, with the location and character and the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted. That one, I just want maybe a little more clarity in that. Is it referring to the neighborhood itself, or because where they're building it right now, it's already a private club?
Yes, sir. It's already a private club, and it's already a legal non-conforming use. So this same thing couldn't be built on this property right now, but it is a legal non-conforming use right now, and it has been there for several decades. It's just up to you to whether you believe the improvements that are going to be made will continue to be in harmony with the neighborhood as the current use has been. And again, it is, and I believe that Mr. Potter brought this up, in our land development code, it is allowed, an SUP is allowed
recreational
for this situation in an R15 area. And so it's been determined by our comprehensive plan that this would be allowed through an SUP if you approve it.
Ms. Andrews?
So is that they really didn't need to come and get an SUP except for the fact, because right now they could turn tennis courts into pickleball courts, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that what we're talking about here is that they're putting up buildings, and that one of those buildings is going to be a restaurant.
The restaurant is going to be inside the current, what's going to be modified to be which is currently the clubhouse.
It's currently the clubhouse, but the clubhouse is going to be expanded and improved upon and include a restaurant and bar, essentially.
I don't know the details of that, ma'am.
So, okay, let me ask the applicant that, or is there going to be alcohol served at the restaurant? Yes. So I think that's where we have a big difference with, the current use versus, does that use still fit with the character of the neighborhood? There's currently not alcohol being served at this club. There is. I'm sorry.
I don't know when it's appropriate to interrupt.
No. I'm asking a question, so it's appropriate to answer, I think.
Yes, they serve alcohol at the clubhouse currently.
They do?
Yes.
Okay.
I've actually had a beer there before.
Okay. All right.
Ms. Spears?
So if we're communicating about this, and I mean, I kind of want to expedite the process, so we've got a long night. I want to speak to the members of the neighborhood. So basically, everything that you're going to have, you already have, except for a new building. And Mr. Marshall, I see your hand up, and we've closed the public portion, and this would prolong it. But I just want you to know that I hear you, and I'm putting my best effort forward to protect what you have, but they could pretty much do this without even coming to us. They could, I mean, except for the renovations and the indoor pickle court. This could happen either way. And so, you know, I'm trying to give you a leg to stand on and keep the composure of what you already have in your community, but they could have really done this without us to a certain extent, and understand that.
Is there one more question I want to ask her?
All right. Go ahead, excuse me.
Ms.
Excuse
Everhart.
me, everybody. I'm going to have order here. Mr. Ravenberg.
Everhart, a facility like this, it's got the building and the restaurant. The nonconformity would go away if they were to close up for 180 days, or more than 50% of it was to be destroyed by fire or some other act of God or whatever. That the nonconformity would go away upon those two things.
Yes, sir. Mr. Chambers can correct me if I'm wrong, but the nonconformity is that the athletic facility would not be typically allowed in that location in R15. So if the athletic facility closes down for that period, then the nonconformity would go away.
Okay.
Okay. Anybody else? All right. What are the wishes of council in respect to the item PH3? Yeah. No, I think cumulatively. We can, whoever makes the motion would be second, and whatever.
Yes, and whoever makes the motion would need to read the language that's in the ordinance to officially make those findings of fact. Yes, sir. In yellow. Yes, sir.
I would move the motion based on the conditions that have been plugged in here at the 11th hour that seem to be okay with the applicant.
Yes, sir. And just for the record, those conditions are that the outdoor courts will be an amendment to condition number 9, that the outdoor courts will begin at 9 a.m. outside.
Weekdays.
On weekdays. That new condition number 11, that the sound reducing paddles will be used outside and no tournament play outside. Condition new number 12, that there'll be a cap of 800 individual memberships, and new condition number 13, that there be open access to the walkway. And so those would be the conditions.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Ravenberg, second by Councilman Waddell. Yes, sir.
Based upon the foregoing findings of fact, the City Council draws the following conclusions as required by Section 18-589D 2A of the City of Wilmington Land Development Code. The use will not materially endanger the public health or safety if located where proposed and developed according to the plan as submitted and approved by the issuance of the special use permit. And the use meets all required conditions and specifications, and the use will not substantially injure the value of adjoining or abutting property, or that the use is a public necessity, and the location and character of the use, if developed according to the plan as submitted and approved, will be in harmony with the area in which it is to be located and in general conformity with adopted comprehensive plans, the CAMA plan, and adopted special area plans.
All ready to vote? Okay. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Trying to come up.
Okay. That passes unanimously. Do we have to waive a second reading or just one vote? Yes, 2 votes. Do we have a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilmember Andrews, second by Councilmember Waddell. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. That brings us to our next item of business, which is item PH4, which is an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Wilmington to rezone property containing 1.15 acres located at 200, 204, 206, and 210 Norwood Avenue to modify an existing R5 CD medium-density mixed residential district, conditional district to allow for accessory dwellings units. At this time, I'd like to recognize City Manager, Mr. Cottle. Mr. Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Given the lateness of the hour, I've instructed the staff to abbreviate their presentations as much as possible. If you have questions, I'd certainly encourage you to ask those. With that being said, Zach Smith will overview this item for us.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. This is public hearing number 4, a conditional rezoning of 200, 204, 206, and 210 Norwood Avenue. The site is located along Norwood Avenue to the south of Allen's Lane. It contains approximately 1.15 acres. This map shows the general vicinity surrounding the request, as well as the existing conditions of the subject property. These are photos of the existing conditions surrounding the subject property. These are photos of the adjacent properties and land uses. Residential uses are located to the north, south, east, and west of the site. The site is currently zoned R5 CD, medium density mixed conditional district. The site is bordered by R15 and ONI to the north, R15 to the east, R5 to the west, and R20 and UMX to the south. The applicant proposes to modify a condition to an existing R5 conditional district to allow for the addition of accessory dwelling units to the current single-family units along Norwood Avenue. City Council unanimously approved a conditional district rezoning request from R15 residential to R5 residential on August 16, 2005 for a 4-lot residential subdivision. Condition number 5 of the approval states construction on the subject property shall be limited to 4 single-family detached homes and shall be in conformance with the approved conditional district zoning plan. Accessory dwelling units were not considered as part of the previous conditional rezoning request. A modification of the conditions is required to allow for the construction of any ADU. The subject property is in the intercoastal tidewater designated area of opportunity on the growth strategies map. The comprehensive plan supports compatible infill development where it's appropriate that allows for access to services along major corridors. A mix of housing types is encouraged to proximity to and within mixed-use centers as identified on the growth strategies map. Accessory housing should be encouraged in association with single-family homes and new development and also in existing neighborhoods. The proposed rezoning request also provides housing options in areas with existing infrastructure and access to goods and services. Staff believes the proposed zoning amendment is consistent with the recommendations of the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan, that the request is reasonable and in the public's interest. Staff recommends conditional approval. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
All right, are there any questions for staff? Okay. Then I'll recognize the applicant.
Thank you very much. Good evening. My name is Cindy Wolf, and I'm here on behalf of all 4 of the owners along Norwood Road. I'll certainly be brief also, but I think a little bit of history is going to be helpful. Norwood Avenue has been around since 1920. The subject lots are all along that southern boundary. When the city annexed in '95, Norwood was not maintained by DOT, and so it was adopted as a private right-of-way. The lots were vacant at the time, so no one ever petitioned for public dedication. Norwood remained unpaved until until 2013, when the last house on the road was built, and now it is paved. So back during that period, right after annexation, One Meeting Place was annexed as an R5 community. These lots were just taken in as R15, similar to what they had been in the county. And none of them, though, were conforming to the R15 district. So it happened to be me in 2005, and probably the mayor and Mr. Rivenbark are the only ones that are still around that knew about this. But basically, at the time, we figured R5 was the most logical because of the One Meeting Place being R5 also. However, these were larger lots and could have been viable for duplexes, triplexes, or quadruplexes in the R5 district. That's why that one statement was placed on all of the lots. for single-family residences only. At that point, no one ever really talked about accessory dwelling units because accessory dwelling units were allowed on single-family residences, of course, with some extra baggage, but still, I don't think the intent was ever to preclude that, but the way this wording is, 20 years later, we are here tonight just to amend that and allow accessory dwellings where we believe it would be appropriate. So the proposed modification is simply to amend that so that accessory dwellings are permitted similar to every other residential lot in the city now since the LDC update. Now, one of the things that they did as the four owners just a couple years ago was to self-impose some restrictive covenants, certainly for the maintenance of Norwood Avenue, but also to limit short-term leases when they became popular now, you know, a half dozen years ago. That being said, it had been as a self-imposed requirement that there could be no rentals of less than 30 days at the Planning Commission as an accepted condition by all four of the owners. It will become part of an approval that any leasing of subject property shall be for a term no shorter than 90 days. That way, the concern was if it is part of the CD, it is enforceable by the city. As a restrictive covenant, believe me, I think these neighbors would enforce whatever they determined was best, but they could have technically all decided, hey, we want to have all these houses. So I think we've covered the concern that neighbors had because of that. So with that being said, I'd be happy to answer your questions. I apologize, this shouldn't say R3. The R5 CD modification would allow for more location-efficient housing with accessory dwellings being an option, and certainly infill development should be implemented where minimal adverse impacts on the desired character are available to us.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for the applicant? All right, hearing none, then I'll ask if anyone in the public wishes to speak in favor or opposition. Anyone in the public wish to speak in favor or in opposition? All right. City Clerk, were there any statements received from you? By you?
Sir. No, sir.
Okay. 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 Ask council, are there any other questions from the council? Other than that big yawn. Any other questions? All right. Hearing none from the council, then I'll close the public hearing, and that's the council's wish. I'll call for a vote on the first reading of Ordinance PH1. I have a motion by Councilman David Joyner, seconded by Councilman Luke Waddell. David, you have to read the consistency statement.
And Madam Attorney, this is PH4 270 and 125.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And 125?
Am I looking at the right sheet?
Yes, 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 PH4.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
I move to approve the proposed amendment to rezone property located at 200, 204, 206, and 210 Norwood Avenue to modify an existing R5 CD medium-density mixed residential district, conditional district, to allow for accessory dwelling units and find it to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan based on the application materials and the information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed zoning modification would be consistent with the surrounding residential area and allow for additional housing options.
Okay. All those in favor of the motion, let it be known by the sign aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Penny, my pad's down. So
Okay,
you know
it's unanimous, okay? And it's so ordered. All right. Next item,
Second reading.
we waive second reading?
Second reading.
All right. Move to waive second reading by Councilman Luke Waddell and seconded by David Joyner. All in favor, let it be known by the sign aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, and it is unanimous. Thank you. All right. Next item is item PH6. PH6 is the ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Wilmington to rezone property containing 0.8 acres.
We need to go back to PH5, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. I know you're anxious, but we need to go through this item, this agenda one item at a time.
Hey, he's the mayor pro tem.
Wait.
Can do it.
Oh, there it is. I apologize.
PH5 at the top.
PH5, I found it. Thank you, sir. PH5 is an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Wilmington, rezone property containing 27.01 acres located at 4504 and 4632 Steel Meadow Drive from MD10 Medium Density Multi-Dwelling Residential District to MD17 CD High Density Multi-Dwelling Residential District, Conditional District to add 56 multi-dwelling units and amenities center to the existing multi-dwelling residential development. I recognize City Manager Tony Caldwell for the staff presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem. Zach Smith will overview this item for us as well.
All right.
Mayor Pro Tem and members of council, this is public hearing number 5, conditional rezoning of 4504 and 4632 Still Meadow Drive. The site is located along Still Meadow Drive to the west of South College Road. The site contains approximately 27.01 acres. This map shows the general vicinity surrounding the request as well as the existing conditions of the subject property. These are photos of the existing conditions surrounding the subject property. These are photos of the adjacent properties and land uses. This is a map showing the current zoning and the zoning of the surrounding area. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject property to MD17 High Density Multiple Dwelling Conditional District for 56 additional multi-dwelling units and 2 new buildings, as well as the construction of an amenity center in an existing residential neighborhood. The apartment complex currently has 280 dwelling units. The proposal would bring the total number of units to 336. In front of you are conceptual elevations of the proposed development. The subject property is not located in a designated area of opportunity on the growth strategies map. The subject property is located along a high-capacity transit route. The proposed rezoning request also provides additional density near services and is consistent with other developments near Still Meadow Drive. Staff believes the proposed zoning amendment is consistent with the recommendations of the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan, and that the request is reasonable and in the public's interest. Staff recommends conditional approval. That concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
Are there any questions for staff? Okay. Hearing none, I'll recognize now the applicant.
Thank you. Again, for the record, my name's Cindy Wolf, and I'm here on behalf of the owner of the project. Still Meadow is a longstanding apartment complex and fairly unique in the length of tenure of its residents. Even the manager there has been there for 15 years. A couple of the residents have been there for almost 20 years. So I think that's always interesting, the stayability of the project itself. These were, along with a couple of the other projects close to it that were multifamily, when the Monkey Junction annexation effort sort of crashed and burned based on state statute changes, these properties kept their hands up and joined the city limits. And so the gray areas are all still county limits, and the red areas are actually in the city. So the premise is to add 2 new buildings. Because of that demographic of some of the older tenants of this, the versatility of having some 4-story buildings with elevators gives them the option of basically staying in place even though it's independent living. It's a great opportunity for infill. It would add, in this case, another amenity center. We are basically right now in the MD10, which is 10 units an acre. We're just bumping it to 12.4 units an acre. This is the existing building style. The proposed building style will follow it, generally speaking, but certainly with the 4 stories and a little bit more contemporary look. With that, I'd be happy to answer your questions. We believe that the proposed MD-17 is reasonable, consistent, and in the public interest because of the infill development and location-efficient housing. Thank you.
Okay, any questions for the applicant? All right.
Thank you.
All right, then I'll ask, is there anyone in the public wishes to speak in favor or opposition of PH 5? Madam City Clerk, if any comments were received from you?
No, sir.
Oh, who? I apologize. Councilman? Okay. All right, I'm sorry, Madam Penny? No. Okay. Then I'll ask the council, are there any questions from the council? All right. All right, then I'll close the public hearing and ask the council for their wishes. I'll call. There's a vote. Councilmember Salette Andrews votes, moves to approve, and seconded by Kevin Spears. All right. You've heard the question. All in favor? Let me know by the sign aye.
Wait a minute, got
The consistency statement.
statement.
I apologize. Consistency statement, please.
I move to approve the proposed amendment to rezone property located at 4504 and 4632 Still Meadow Drive from MD10 Medium Density Multiple Dwelling Residential District to MD17 CD High Density Multiple Dwelling Residential Conditional District to add 56 multiple dwelling units and an amenity center to an existing residential development, and find it to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan based on the application materials and the information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed rezoning would allow for compatible infill within an existing residential development and near commercial services.
All right, all in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. A motion to waive second reading. Motion made by Councilmember Joyner, second by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. That brings us to item PH6, which is an ordinance amending the official zoning maps of the city of Wilmington to rezone property containing 0.8 acres located at 14 Wilmington Avenue from CS Commercial Services District to MD17 CD High Density Multi-Dwelling Residential District, Conditional District for 12-unit residential townhouse development. At this time, I'd like to recognize our city manager, Mr. Carter. Mr. Carter.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Zach Smith will be back for his third and final stanza tonight.
Come on, Zach.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and members of council. The site is located along Wilmington Avenue to the south of Market Street. The site contains approximately 0.8 acres and is currently vacant. This map shows the general vicinity surrounding the request, as well as the existing conditions of the subject property. These are photos of the adjacent properties and land uses. Oh, excuse me. These are photos of the existing conditions surrounding the subject property. These are photos of the adjacent properties and land uses. Here's a map showing the zoning of the area. The applicant proposes to rezone the subject site to MD17 CD, high density multiple dwelling conditional district for a 12-unit townhome development. The project consists of 3 buildings and 24 total bedrooms. On December 12th, 2024, the Board of Adjustment granted a variance for the removal of 1 specimen tree and to disturb greater than 20% of the critical root zone protection area for 5 specimen trees. In front of you are conceptual elevations of the proposed townhome development. The site is located in a high-density transitions designated area of opportunity on the growth strategies map. The comprehensive plan supports compatible infill development where it's appropriate that allows for access to services along major corridors. The proposed plan provides an alternative for the development of a currently underutilized commercial area. The proposed rezoning request also introduces residential density within the mixed-use center. Staff believes the proposed zoning amendment is consistent with the recommendations of the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan and that the request is reasonable in the public's interest. Staff recommends conditional approval. This concludes staff's presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have, and the applicant is here as well.
Are there any questions of staff? Seeing none, I will now recognize the applicant.
Good evening, Jake Modesto, here representing the applicant. Application for you in front of you tonight is for the rezone to construct 12 units over 3 buildings. We've worked very diligently to preserve some of the existing foliage that's on site. We've actually undulated the buildings that run currently perpendicular to Wilmington Avenue. Part of the application, again, was to preserve a large majority of the trees on site, especially along the western side. In addition to the application being an infill, it's the only property, I think, in the surrounding area that hasn't been done any construction since the 1960s. The applicant is looking to reuse the existing basin that's adjacent to the property, so it's limiting its actual footprint of disturbance on the property. We are only using 12 of the 13 units, 13 available for density. We do feel that the application is an infill development. It's located within a node, and it preserves as much as possible the current intent and their current infrastructure on site.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant? Okay. Thank you, sir. At this time, I'm going to open up a public hearing and ask if anybody in the public wishes to speak on item PH6. Seeing none, are there any additional questions that have been posed to you, Madam Clerk? Okay. I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for the wishes of council. I see that Councilmember Spears has made the motion. Would you please read a consistent statement for the record? And we have a second to that by Councilmember Joyner.
Just wanted to ask a quick question. This is surrounded by CS. What is the minimum lot size for this requested zoning? Does that question make any sense to you?
I don't believe there's a minimum lot size. They
Well,
meet the,
I guess,
the density
let me
for
just,
units.
it almost looks like spot zoning.
I think this would be kind of the opposite of spot zoning. We're introducing residential to a commercial area as opposed to putting a spot of commercial in the middle of a residential area.
Doesn't work both ways?
I don't think it does. It's my understanding of spot zoning would be an incompatible use introduced to a largely residential area.
But hell, you're the planner. I don't know why you're saying you guess. If that's what it is, that's what it is. It just looked like you were plucking multifamily right down in the middle of a sea of CS zoning.
I mean,
CS is not like CB or O&I.
It is spot zoning. Whether it's illegal or not is a different question. In our mind, it would be something that would be appropriate for this area, and it would introduce housing for in this commercial district.
CS is first cousin to light industrial.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Ms. Spears?
I move to approve the proposed amendment to rezone property located at 14 Wilmington Avenue from CS Commercial Services to MD 17 CD High Density Multiple Dwelling Residential Conditional District for a 12-unit townhome development, and find it to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan based on the application materials and information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the rezoning request is reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed rezoning would allow for a compatible residential infill development that provides housing in close proximity to commercial services.
Okay.
Spot zoning.
Okay, all ready to vote? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilman Waddell, second by Councilman Rivenbark. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. That brings us to item PH7.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, point of order. Can we just show in the record that we've reached the 12?
We have reached Wednesday morning, and our rules of order say at 12 o'clock we have to stop. So I'm going to ask council for a consensus if we will continue to move forward and knock this out.
I'll offer that motion.
Okay. Motion made, second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Just to continue on.
You're voting on a motion to waive the rules and keep going.
Yeah, okay. All right, let's go. We're going to go to item PH7, which is the ordinance amending the Land Development Code, Chapter 18, to exempt surface commercial parking lots in the LI light industrial and industrial zoning districts from maximum street frontage standards. At this time, I'd like to recognize City Manager Mr. Cottle. Mr. Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Travis Henley will overview this item for us.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, good morning, and thank you. Under current code, wherever a surface standalone parking lot is permitted, it is subject to a 75-foot maximum street frontage standard. On your screen, you can see how maximum street frontage is calculated. It's the measurements taken from the front setback line. Street frontage is calculated cumulatively for an entire parcel. It's not calculated by each side individually. They're all added together. On your screen is the proposed language in which the light and general industrial zoning districts are exempted from the 75-foot maximum street frontage requirement. On your screen is a map showing where the light and general industrial zoning districts are currently located within the city. Light industrial in green, general industrial in purple. In reviewing the proposal, staff finds that the predominant development pattern and uses allowed within the industrial districts do not necessitate the 75-foot maximum street frontage standard. Uses within the district can and often are quite large and include things like laydown yards and other expansive open-air uses similar to surface commercial parking lots, but are not held to any maximum width standard. Additionally, any surface commercial parking lot would still be subject to the same landscaping standard and any other construction standards generally applicable to parking lots elsewhere in the city. Staff believes that the request is generally consistent with the Create Wilmington Comprehensive Plan and is therefore recommending approval. At their January 8th, 2025 meeting, the Planning Commission voted to unanimously recommend approval as well. That concludes staff's presentation. I can answer any questions you have, and the applicant is here as well.
Any questions? Okay. Thank you. Okay, is the applicant here? No? It's Mr. Potter.
Sure you're tired of seeing me. Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council. My name is Sam Potter. I represent the applicant here. It's Fed Up Foods, which I think you all are familiar with. They have taken over 715 Greenfield Street and turned it into a production facility. And what brought us here to propose this amendment was there is a tract of land between the CSX rail tract and the 715 Greenfield Street property that is open and can't really be used for anything. And if you've been by 715 Greenfield Street lately, there's cars wrapped all the way around the building. There's no on-site parking whatsoever. And so what this would allow is to take this tract of land that's next to the railroad track and turn it into parking that could serve the Fed Up Foods site. Now, I know that's specific, and we're talking about amending the land development code. However, we've worked with staff. They've done their analysis on what properties in the city this would apply to, and have concluded that it is consistent with the comprehensive plan. So we would ask that you approve it. That is the specific reason we're asking, is related to Fed Up Foods. Okay. But it seems to make sense from the policy folks as well.
Okay, very good. Any questions for Mr. Potter? Okay. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to open up the public hearing and ask if anybody in the public wishes to speak on item P87.
Hey, good morning. Josh Hollingsy with the Wilmington Chamber of Commerce. I just wanted to support the applicant. It seemed like he needed some support tonight. Very appreciative of the work to support Fed Up Foods, but also to support other light industrial projects in the city. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Okay, anyone else? Okay, Madam Clerk, have you received any additional commentary? Okay, we have no. Okay, I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for the wishes of council. We have a motion approved by Councilman Ravenbark, second by Councilman Waddell. Councilman Ravenbark, will you please read a consistency statement for the record? Here you go.
I move to approve the proposed amendment to the Land Development Code and find it to be consistent with the relevant policies in the comprehensive plan based on the application materials and the information provided at the public hearing and in the staff report, and to find approval of the request as reasonable and in the public interest for the following reasons. The proposed amendment would remove an unnecessary parking restriction in the industrial districts and allow for compatible infill development.
Okay. All right, all in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes, nope, it passes 6-1.
Can't get, I'm voting.
Yes.
I can't get it to come up.
And I'm counting your votes 6-1. Okay, do we have a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilman Waddell, second by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously. That brings us to our next item of business, which is our ordinances. Item 01 is an ordinance making supplemental appropriation in the amount of $2,000 of the Special Purpose Fund for the installation of lighting for artwork in the Riverfront Park. At this time, I'd like to recognize City Manager, Mr. Cottle. Mr. Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the recognition of a $2,000 grant from the Cape Fear Garden Club to provide uplighting on a yet-to-be-installed piece of sculpture, which is also funded by a previous donation from the Cape Fear Garden Club. The sculpture should be installed in the spring of 2025. This $2,000 would provide uplighting for that sculpture. Sally Thigpen, our Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation, is here if you'd like to ask additional questions.
I think we're fine. I think we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Waddell, second by Councilmember Spears. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously on first reading. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilmember Waddell, second by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye. Any opposed? That item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. That brings us to item 02, which is an ordinance making supplemental appropriation in the amount of $59,514 from committed revenue funds for the Live Oak Bank Pavilion and Riverfront Park. At this time, again, I'd like to recognize City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is recognition of the allocation of special surcharge that we have on all tickets at Live Oak, which is designed to provide upkeep for that facility. In this case, we're asking for $59,514 for costs associated with mulching, landscape repairs, hardware repairs to doors, as well as the purchase of a mower and some lighting upgrades. Again, Sally Thigpen, the Assistant Director of Parks and Recreation, is here to answer any additional questions you may have.
Okay. We have a motion to approve by Councilmember Spears, second by Councilmember Ravenbark. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously on first reading. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilmember Waddell, second by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. Item 03 is an ordinance appropriating funds to cover specialized training for 2 senior police captains. This time, again, I'd like to recognize the City Manager, Mr. Cottle. Mr. Cottle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is the allocation of $26,500 worth of NC drug tax revenue that would be used to send 2 senior captains to advanced training. Both those captains have been identified. Well, one of the captains has been identified. The other one is yet to be identified. It's a 3-week course that is faculty from top universities. Would be considered to be some prize training for our upper-level management folks. Alana Williams with the Police Department is here to answer questions if you have additional information that you need.
Okay. What are the wishes of council in respect to the ordinance? We have a motion approved by Councilmember Andrews, second by Councilmember Joyner. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously on first reading. Is there a motion to waive second reading? Motion made by Councilmember Waddell, second by Councilmember Andrews. Discussion. All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously on first as well as second reading. And this brings us to our resolutions. Item R1 is a resolution declaring intent to participate in the Commercial Property Assessed Capital Expenditure Program, better known as CPACE. I know that we had a thorough presentation yesterday at our agenda briefing, but I'm going to turn it over to you, Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager?
And you've already pegged it, Mr. Mayor. You did have a thorough presentation on this. This is just the resolution would declare the intent of the city to participate in that program. David is here if you have any further questions after yesterday's presentation.
It was so thorough, we're already there. So we have a motion to approve by Councilmember Andrews, second by Councilmember Waddell. Any further discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That item passes unanimously. This concludes the regular agenda. Are there any items to be brought forward by our city attorney?
No, sir. We do have the proposed closed session that you've got a motion for.
Okay. Mr. Manager?
Other than Meredith, yes, sir.
Okay. Madam Clerk? Mr. Joyner? Mr. Waddell? Mayor Pro Tem,
No.
Mr. Rambart, Ms. Andrews? Mr.
Happy
Spears?
Black History Month.
Okay. Okay, now, as they say, we're going to go into a motion, into a closed session pursuant to provisions of GS 143-318.11 A and 6 in order for the city council to discuss a personnel matter. And we will hold it right here in this room. So do I have a motion? Motion made by Mayor Pro Tem Barnett, second by Councilmember Spears. Any discussion? All in favor of that motion, please indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Item passing unanimously. We're now going to closed session. Thank you.